Yeah. We're live. Welcome. It is June 13th, Thursday, 2:30 p.m. Central. I'm joined by Hans at Hans C. Nelson. Let's try that again. I'm joined by Hans at Hans C. Nelson. You can find him on YouTube and X. We'll also have Nicholas Gibbs from Investing Against the Grain and Matt Smith from Rebellionaire. And then we'll have Yashu join us a little bit later. Big day for Tesla investors, big day for Tesla fans. We started this live stream about an hour before Tesla's investor meeting because there's going to be a lot to talk about, obviously. And who knows, maybe we'll dunk on a lot of people while we're on.
Great day for Tesla shareholders. That is for sure.
Yeah. So what was your reaction once you saw it come through? I don't know. Did you catch it last night or did you see it this morning?
No, I didn't see it until this morning. And when I finally did, I was definitely excited. Obviously, the comp plan passing was expected, but it was great to see that we actually did get enough votes to ensure that the move to Texas happens. And to me, that was the biggest thing in all of this. I knew that whatever happened long term, I was confident that we would figure out a way to get Elon paid. That is in everyone's best interest. And especially for shareholders who, I want to pass another purely performance-based compensation package for Elon moving forward. And I know you've been banging this drum as well, that it is time for a new compensation package. Obviously, Tesla's had one in the works. This whole thing in Delaware really screwed the pooch on that and made it difficult for us to decide, okay, what is that going to be? Because obviously, if the judge rejects the previous one that we did like this, then she's going to object to one in the future. And so the move to leave Delaware and to reincorporate into Texas basically just says, you know what, Kathleen McCormick, you can GFY. There's nothing you can do about this compensation package or the next one. Peace.
GFY. I love how you said it with your little Texan accent right there too, which is very fitting because he's GFYing all the way to Texas, which is wonderful. Real quick, I want to give a huge shout out to all our mods on the channel, but specifically DRK. It's DRK's birthday today. So let's wish DRK a nice happy birthday in the chat. Let's make sure that he gets the love from the community and let us know where you're tuning in from as well. The ugliest person in the world has just joined us, and he's struggling with something. So maybe I'll remove him until he figures it out.
Is that why his camera's so blurry? He broke the lens.
Wait. Did you figure it out?
No.
Let's see. All right. Hit me in the private chat once you figured it out, and I'll bring you in. Unless you're comfortable the way you are now. How do you want to do it? Oh,
I'm always uncomfortable with the way that I am.
Okay. Okay, that's literally the greatest thing you've ever said. Okay. All right. You get bonus points for that. Look at this. Everybody's in a great mood. We got a $20 super chat. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. Matt, what was your reaction? Did you catch this last night or this morning, the news about the comp package being passed in Texas?
This morning. So yeah, my Twitter was all blown up at 6 a.m. basically when I woke up, and so yeah, I saw the craziness, saw the stock where it was in pre-market, and I was like, oh, I didn't know you could release the results early. So I was definitely expecting this live stream to have a little bit more suspense going into the shareholder meeting, but definitely just glad to see that it did pass. That both measures did pass. So very excited about that. Definitely gives me a good mood going into the shareholder meeting instead of a little bit of nervous anticipation about what might happen. So honestly, I'm just really happy that it was approved by such a strong majority, and that intelligent thinking prevailed and morals instead of the insanity that a lot of people were peddling out there.
For sure. So it sounds like you weren't really surprised by the results. It was very much, this is what you fully expected. It's just the suspense of hoping that people weren't acting in, let's like, I agree with you. A no vote would have been, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, so I'm just going to say it and then see if you agree or disagree with this. A no vote would have been a bad faith vote. It would have been an immoral vote. It would have been a nonsensical vote because you're increasing the risk and the chance of the greatest entrepreneur of our time to potentially get up and leave, right? And so, and to think that most people, to think that a majority would vote that way, especially when they're Tesla investors, to me seemed unfathomable. Like I could not process that. Was that? I'm guessing that was the overall thought process, probably for this entire panel.
Yeah, I mean, since you addressed me first, I'll just jump right in. Yeah, like to me, it just like everybody had the opinion that if a no vote happened, that would be bad for the stock. So to me, that makes the entire equation very simple. That like, okay, shareholders are by their nature self-interested. So even if they don't like Elon or his politics, or they think it was maybe too rich of a package, or like whatever your issues are that would allow you to be a little bit morally flexible, just as a shareholder who wants the stock to not tank by like 10 or 20%, it definitely makes sense that you would approve the package. So for that reason, I was not actually too worried that it wouldn't pass, but I think it's like a little bit of an overhang. Like it's like there was enough talk in the community, enough people are kind of uncomfortable with the situation that I think, all right, this getting out of the way, we're moving on to production and deliveries, we're moving on to the 8.8 event. Like now it's kind of like, let's clear the table for this, getting back to the fundamentals, the stuff that really matters. So I'm just honestly glad to be talking about that stuff again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And then we have Nico from, let's say Matt Smith, rebellionaire.com. You can also find him on X at some weird handle. I'll let him post it in the private chat so I can mention it. But then we also have Nico from Investing Against the Grain at Nick Gibbs. He's also, I believe, you have it hooked up to the channel, right? Yeah, so it's also shooting over to your audience as well. Okay, how do you feel, sir?
It's hard to be right so often. I did a lot of YouTube videos over the last month, and I've been saying all along that both would pass. I will be humble and say where I was wrong was I thought Elon's comp would pass by a higher margin than the Texas vote, but I was confident that they would both pass. But mainly what Matt said, I don't need to regurgitate everything. You can have your political opinions, you can have your opinions about Elon, what he does, all that stuff. At the end of the day, don't mess with my money. And I think most people feel that way. Most people are not so high on their horse that they're going to sacrifice their money, their investments, for some opinion with politics or anything like that. And I think that's what we saw here. All the noise about Elon, what he's doing, his tweets, distraction, this showed us that was all noise. That was all BS, because the vast majority of people are in line with their interests, and they do think that Elon is the best person to be here. So I'm sure you guys talked about this already. I feel great. I feel fantastic. What I'm really excited about now is, now I'm not a lawyer, not even close to being a lawyer. I've done very little research on this, but I did ask Grok if a company in Texas can, I forgot how, I posted about this, so I'm like going to butcher this already, but essentially they might be allowed in Texas after they've IPO'd to have a 2-tier stock share system. I'm butchering this, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm amateur here.
You came in hot and then you humbled yourself real quick.
I know. I'm trying to pull it up here, but X is crashing on me right now.
So the TLDR is, Elon would like 25% voting control of Tesla. And one of the proposals to get him to that amount of voting control without actually issuing him regular shares was to give him a special class of shares that weren't necessarily worth a whole lot of money, but they did give him extra rights to vote. And that's not a class of shares that's legal to add to a public company after it's IPO'd in Delaware. And then other states are different. And so there's a possibility that maybe this will be something that's feasible for Tesla to do once they move to Texas. But there's a lot of questions around that.
Yeah, so I found it here. So what I asked was, question, in Texas, is there a way for a dual class voting structure post IPO? And according to Grok, So again, not financial advice, not legal advice. Says, well, according to the information at hand, it seems that Texas might indeed allow for a dual class voting structure post IPO, but it's not straightforward yes or no answer. The Texas Business Organization Code does not explicitly prohibit dual class voting structures. However, it also doesn't explicitly allow for them. It's a bit of a gray area. So I think kind of goes on to talk about the gray area, but I think that's kind of the plan that they have in line, and that's why moving to Texas was so important. I don't actually think it was because of this judge and what they did in Delaware. I think it was more so to be able to have this second or this next compensation plan for Elon, and it's very interesting to see what happens from here. So that's what I'm really excited about. I don't think that they're going to touch on this today, but they might. I mean, you never know what they might touch on. I mean, Elon might say something about, or Robin, some might say something, we're working on the next compensation plan, and Elon might say it's going to be great. I appreciate all you guys. You won't regret this. A deal's a deal. I mean, you never know what could be said that could be, reading between the lines. So I'll shut up now because I need water.
Real quick, are Matt and Hans related? I love this comment.
Yeah, there's
what's their relation?
Their brother and sister.
Yeah. Who's the sister?
Dang.
There we go.
Since Hans has the beard, I'm not going to ask who's the sister in this relationship.
Dang.
It's amazing what
Hans taking those
do.
L's.
What hormones will do.
That's amazing. Matt, I see you're off mute. Did you want to add something to the conversation?
No, I was just trying to avoid my dignity getting stamped on even more. But, I think the people in the chat are doing that enough for me. So somebody said that Matt is the Ross Gerber of guests, which I thought was a pretty nice burn.
What?
I'm just pretty blue eyes and hair gel. That's it.
No, you know
so
what?
much hair gel.
I don't want Matt to get too big of a head here, but seriously, Matt's posts lately have been hilarious.
Fire.
Like I
pull
can't
one
think
up?
of the specific. Yeah, here, let me find like what is like really like striking my comedy, whatever that he's been posting. Let me see.
I normally
let me
try to
find
keep
it.
Like, kind of above board and like don't get too personal on anything. Don't, a little bit of humor here and there, but without any victims. But lately I've just started going a little deeper.
Well, I mean, I feel like, tell me if this is very petty, and I know the answer is yes, but maybe I want to hear it from a third party because this will help me calm myself down. I really do feel like the chorus of voices that were very vocal about trying to drive a no vote, especially after driving a yes vote, I think those folks they deserve to be mocked in public, to be completely honest, because I really think it was such a politically driven sort of rhetoric. I feel like it wasn't driven by logic or facts. It was driven mostly by, he said stuff that I couldn't process, and thus I'm gonna let it sway my investing decisions, or worse yet, they were using it to show face that, hey, I'm not like this, and then behind everyone's back they were voting yes, right? It's just I just didn't understand that at all, because it wasn't rooted in facts. So I don't know.
I agree.
I feel a certain level of anger, honestly. Yeah,
that's why I've broken some of my own kind of rules around tweeting and like not getting too personal or anything like that. I generally try not to do that, but like when people are just advocating for things that are against shareholder interests and are frankly like immoral in my mind, and are using like these logical like flip-flops, like these contortions to get to the point where it's like, well, his politics are so bad, and then he sold shares to buy X and he should have been focusing on Twitter. It's like all these like side courses, when the main event is actually just what was actually in the comp plan. Did he achieve those milestones, which like everyone who voted in 2018, if you've held your shares to today, even though it's drawn down 50%, you're still drastically better off. So like a 10x return, even with being cut in. Just, it seems very clear to me that is morally the right thing to do. And so people like getting upset about his politics or something else, I'm like, that's not what we're talking about here. And I do think it's worth mocking, to be honest with you, even though I generally don't like to do that unless it's Farzad, who always does it.
Oh, thanks. I feel honored. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh no, I was just gonna Actually, I was going to say something else, but I can't remember it. But so this is the one that got me this morning. Walter
You want to
Bloomberg
share your screen?
writes, no, not really, because I got other
Okay.
stuff up.
Go for it.
But Walter Bloomberg writes, Kremlin says, don't be worried about Russian warships in Cuba. And I only saw this because Matt wrote onto it. Oh, good. That's reassuring. I literally busted out laughing at that because I'm just like hearing him say it in my head. I'm literally tearing up. Like, I think it's freaking hilarious.
You do not worry about the warships in Cuba. It's a humanitarian mission. There's no need for concern.
Matt's saving grace is that he has a sense of humor. Honestly,
here's another one. Responding to Elon's post from last night. So glad most shareholders aren't as dumb as Ross.
Yeah, I actually have this queued. Check this out. I was going to bring this up in a little bit, but we're going to do it now. Look at this. Ready? Boom. So glad most shareholders aren't as dumb as Ross. I'll let you decide which Ross he's talking about. I think we all know which Ross he's talking about. Crazy. And he has really become a poster child for some of those voices. And I don't know if you guys saw, but there was a post that was made by him that was deleted. I don't know if it was recently deleted or not. That's being circulated around X. That kind of shows that, I hate to say that two-faced thing, but anyway, I guess I don't want to, maybe we should move on from this topic because we could be here for a long time. Anyway, okay.
Hey,
so,
before we move on from the special Ross, we can't do that without me saying that I'm just glad we never have to listen to that vacuous tub of hair lard again.
And with that said, all right. Investor meeting that's coming up here in 45 minutes. He's never going to let it down, and I'm happy, honestly. Go ahead.
Wait. Before
get your shots in.
No, I was going to say before we go into that, who thinks it's going to start on time? Oh, you do?
I think it's going to be like 5 minutes late.
All right, I take the over on that. Easy.
You think longer? You think it's going to be way late?
At least 15 minutes.
Okay. We'll see. Yeah. I think this one is a pretty important meeting, though, if you really think about within the context of Tesla's last few meetings. This one feels one of the biggest, if not the biggest, because of that vote. Because it really was, which again, is a weird thing to talk about because it was already passed. It was literally a derailment by that judge in Delaware. But it feels very big because it is kind of like, does it feel like a turning point for you guys at all? Does it feel like there's been like a shift in sentiment ever since this vote was announced last night? It kind of feels like that to me, but I don't know if that's me just being a little too excited with the recency of the news.
It definitely feels that way to me. To me, I think it is more the kind of overhang is removed sort of thing, more so than like tone is shifted. But like this was in the Tesla Twitter sphere, like nobody's talking about Q2 deliveries. I mean, a couple people still are, but like nobody's really talking about robotaxis. Like the stuff that actually matters has kind of taken a back seat to like shareholder voting and like all this stuff. So I'm just like super excited to see that get back to the surface. Also love that in that comment you just put up there, your name was misspelled again. Nobody can spell your name.
Farad. Farsaz, Charzad. I got them all. Okay, let me run a poll to see if people think we're gonna go on time or not. But okay, so as far as the meeting itself goes, that's gonna start here in about 40 minutes. Do you guys think we're gonna get any new information? And I'll sort of kick this one off. I think we will hear some new stuff around robotaxi and the bot during this meeting, because I think this meeting is going to be a way for the investing community, the Tesla investing community, to start moving forward. And I think that's how they start moving forward. Is like, hey, here are the things we've been working on that we've been talking about. And I wonder if they're going to try to frame that for the next, like the new comp package, the new incentive package, because Elon is due for one, and especially now that there's going to be a lot of legal battles, and we're actually going to talk to Richard tomorrow, Hans and I, to kind of flesh this out a little bit more. But it does feel like that is, like we've talked about before, and some of y'all mentioned, is like that now is coming into focus. And I feel like this is a good time to sort of be like, okay, we moved on, we'll figure this out, and then we'll start talking about bot and robotaxi immediately. How do you guys feel?
Okay.
We got a lot of time.
I know. I don't ever like being the first one, but I feel like I'm Hispanic, so I don't know how to shut up either. So it's like, all right, it's too much awkward silence. Anyways,
4 out of 10.
Yes, I don't know what you're saying. You're a 4 out of 10. I'd give you a 5, but whatever. Anyways, oh yeah. Okay, sorry. Let me go back to the jokes real quick. What was it? Someone said recently, like, if you're, was it you, Farzad, said if who are you clowning on? You said something like, if you're a 5, then I'm a 10 or something like that.
Oh no, Warren. Okay, Warren Redlick on X.
Yes.
He was talking about Caitlin Clark, and then and he was like, she's a 7 at best, and Warren's like, I think I'm like a 5, and I'm like, brother, if you're a 5, I'm a 20.
Yeah. That was such a good burn. Yeah. Sorry. I like jokes, and so that stuck in my mind. Anyways, shareholder meeting. I'm with you, Farzad. I think that, I don't know, they're not going to say anything meaningful. I don't think like as a presentation or anything, but just in their talk, right? Elon has to say something. He'll probably say, "I love you guys," stuff like that. Like, you guys are the best, all that. But I kind of think that I'm happy all this happened, right? Silver lining, right? Did we go through all this for nothing? I don't think so. I think this is kind of like, Tom Brady talks, everyone talks about Tom Brady would be like, oh yeah, underdogs. They think that we're old, finding something for an edge. Michael Jordan, you hear the same thing. Kobe Bryant, you hear the same thing. I think this was great for Elon, because he's like, you mother effers, really? Watch what I do now. And then you saw what Omar, hopefully you have that ready to go. Omar posted last night saying, okay, Elon, we got you your options. Now it's time for you to make this the most valuable company in the world. And then Elon responded, yes. So I kind of feel like this created a drive in Elon, and it may just be a coincidence because where we are with FSD and 8.8, but someone like Elon, or someone with that type of mentality, you give them a reason to get a little fire under their ass, and watch out. Just watch out. People like that sometimes need their backs against the wall.
I actually agree with that a lot. Let me share this, and then I'll throw it over to Matt. We got Omar's post. He was like, Omar's catalog on X. Make sure you go follow him. Okay, Elon Musk, we got you the options. Now you have to make Tesla the most valuable company on earth. Deal? And then Elon says yes to that. So, but it's funny because in theory that would take a new comp package, because he already hit the goals, right? So it's an interesting sort of response. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so getting back to the shareholder meeting, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of new information. I think it'll be a lot of like, thank you from Elon, kind of agreeing with what Nico said. But it wouldn't surprise me if we get a little bit of a tidbit on Optimus. I mean, they did just post randomly, like buried at the end of a super long post yesterday, that Optimus is actually being deployed for real work in a factory right now, 2 of them. So it wouldn't surprise me if they have Optimus actually walk out on stage or like do something, or if they share some details around like exactly what they're doing and something about the scaling. I don't think they'll talk robotaxi just because we're so close to the 8.8 event, but it wouldn't surprise me if we get a little something on progress with Optimus.
I was very surprised by that announcement. I was very, very surprised. Not so much that they are trending towards that, but more that they made it public, right? And I think that's kind of what gives me the impression that Tesla's trying to set up a sort of framing for the next leg of the company, whatever you want to call it, starting today. that people need to stop really thinking about the company truly as a car company. Nice. Like a car company, and move over to and really start thinking about it as an AI company, as a humanoid robot company, as a company that's really working on groundbreaking artificial intelligence technology. Geez, this sleep deprivation is really something. And if anyone is interested, there is a video we published yesterday on this channel that is based on the report that Rethink X did on humanoid robots. Our team with Hans, David, and David's team, myself, and Adam Dorr and the Rethink X team, we made this 42-minute long, almost documentary on how humanoid robots are most likely going to impact society, the economy, governments for the next 10, 20, 30 years. So if you're interested in learning more about that, make sure you check that out on this channel. I think we called it, what did we call it, Hans? AI-powered robots explained?
Yeah, explained. I think the future of AI-powered robots explained.
Yeah. So make sure you go check that out. I think it will give people, and it's not like a Tesla video. It's a humanoid robot video. It really is looking at the overarching trends of the industry, not so much the Tesla bot. It's just the Tesla bot happens to be a subset of that technology. Go ahead, Hans.
Yeah, it's because the robots are coming. So looking into all of that.
What a plug. What a plug. Link in the description below. Awesome. Go ahead, Hans.
Yeah, so I guess on my side, coming back to the shareholder meeting today, I like your call out there, Matt, that because I think we have gotten mentions of like Optimus will show up randomly when you don't expect it, and then when you do expect it, they won't say anything about it sometimes. And so I think today might be a good day for another update video. I would love to actually get a video of it working in the factory doing whatever that useful work is. And that's definitely a very significant possibility. But other than that, yeah, should be relatively light on the details. I am interested to know what are the results of all of the shareholder votes. I'm hoping that we do actually get Kimball reelected. I know that a lot of people think that he's just on the board as a family thing, and I don't think that people appreciate how important his role is there as someone who can really interface between, like, Kimball understands Elon Musk better than any other human on the planet, and Kimball can say things to Elon that no one else can, and he can get through to Elon just like he can because of the relationship that they have. But then also he knows how to talk to Elon in a way that other people don't. And so I think Kimball's a critical interface between Elon and the rest of the board. Very important. And so I really hope that his vote passes. And then one of the things that we know from the Walter Isaacson biography, just to circle back to the point that Nick was making about this being a good thing for Tesla, that all this stuff has happened, that Elon does kind of thrive on chaos and opposition. And this is a good example of that. And I mean, we have seen him focused on Tesla and the Tesla mission at a higher level recently. I think there's a number of contributing factors. Some of it is that X was taking a lot of time before. It's not taking as much time now. But also there's some significant technological milestones that we've hit recently that open up the possibilities for what Tesla can do in artificial intelligence. Like, it would have been really, really difficult for Tesla to build version 12 any earlier than they have built version 12, even though that they knew this was the direction that they were going. Like, we had to, just the entire field of artificial intelligence had to get to this point for us to finally be able to actually build version 12. And so I think that right now some of those pieces are kind of coming together, and they are requiring Elon's attention and oversight at a deeper level than they have in the past as well. So those are kind of coming together. And I'm just excited to see Tesla continue to execute over the next 24 months. I think that these next 24 months are going to be a critical period, just like 2018 was critical for the Model 3 ramp. I think that's kind of what we're heading into right now, that we are in the roughly 2,000 units per week of Model 3 production out of Fremont phase of FSD right now. that we're getting there. We're getting there. We may have to do some crazy things between here and full completion. But if we do that, then on the backside of that, there's just massive success.
Couldn't agree more with everything you said. Let's bring up some comments here real quick. There is a question. What time is the meeting at? So it starts at 3:30 p.m. Central, which is in exactly half an hour from now. Let's go around the horn here and answer this question. Do you people actually hear yourself? Matt, do you hear yourself?
Lost my unmute button. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not pleasant a lot of times, but
Okay.
you know, I am who I am, and try to get better every day.
Okay, Nico, do
I
you
take
hear
out
yourself?
my personal dissatisfaction in my life on Farzad though, so that makes me feel better.
That makes a lot of sense. Nico, do you hear yourself?
I have to. I edit too many videos.
Nice. Hans,
That's
how about
annoying.
you?
Since I'm not wearing the AirPods and I actually have the corded monitor AirPods, I do hear myself right now.
Okay. I can't hear myself through the headphones, but I can hear myself through my mouth. So it's, yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay, I
Better.
love that, like, people who make these sorts of comments never use their real name or face. or
Always
anything like that.
anonymous. Yeah, because
Always
they all
do.
look like shit.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why.
Here's my question. Okay, now I got two questions. What is that bottle? What is it?
Oh, this? That's
a-
Athletic Greens. Use my coupon code in the description below. Thank you, Nick. I was waiting for somebody to ask. Go ahead. That's what it is.
I was actually making fun of your colorful.
Yeah,
bottle.
the green was already used. I had to go with the pink. Yeah.
Anyways,
Straight out of the 90s. I like it.
what? This is streaming on mine too, so I'll say that I'm allowed to say this. You have to be one of the biggest losers in life to sit here on a live stream such as this just to throw shade at people. Like, you have nothing else going on in your life that you want to come on here just to comment and be a naysayer like that. Like, seriously, go get laid. Go do something with your life. Like, life's too short to waste your time hanging out with people or watching people that you don't like this. Like, this is insane to me. Like, I'm sorry for you. Like, genuinely, I have empathy for you. Like, go do something.
Yeah, but do you hear yourself?
Yeah, go get laid. What a great advice.
Yeah.
Matt, you do it a lot. We know that.
You can find he has proof at least 6 times. You can find Nick at Investing Against the Grain for all your wonderful
6 times, man.
6 times. Hell yeah. Let's bring up the super chat here from Jesse Bear, $2. Thank you so much, man. Your AI video is terrifying. Government is too incompetent. Yeah, it's we can definitely talk about this in a different video, but one of the most concerning things about the human or robot AI technology is government's response to that. So we have to be very, very careful, because the last thing we want to do is have the few control a potentially disrupt, like a technology can destroy everything in a way. Either through.
I read that comment as having the link terrifying.gov, and I was like, what the hell is that? What department of the government is posting terrifying.gov?
Yeah, the government.
It's the new
government
IRS
is terrifying.
website.
Yeah, it actually fits perfectly. But yeah, no, it's one of the complexities of artificial intelligence. Alexandra should be a special advisor to Tesla at the least. Let's make sure I don't think we can give her enough praise for all the work she's done. There was a video of her meeting Robin Delholm, the chair of the board of Tesla, and it looks like she might be getting a private tour of the factory, which would be super well deserved. And if you're watching this and you're at the factory for whatever reason, one of the tweets I put out there is, I think it'd be super cool if everybody at the shareholder meeting makes sure that she gets some microphone time, so that the retail investors can thank her with a standing ovation, which I think she deserves. Or maybe the Tesla team will give her a shout out as well, where she gets her time to shine, because she very much deserves it. Where can I find that merch design you have wearing? Description below. my merch store. You can check it out. And then this question actually is very interesting. Do you think that the new comp package will be as batshit crazy as the 2018 comp package? Because now this is where, again, we're going to be heading. So how do you guys think about this 2018 comp package? Like, how do you think it's going to be built? Who wants to take it first? We'll let Hans or Matt go first this time, unless you want to go, Nico, since you don't want to go first.
Is that the question you mean to be asking?
What do you mean? Do you think that a new comp package will be as batshit crazy as a 2018 comp package?
Oh, I was listening. I didn't read. I heard something else. Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. Matt or Hans, do you guys want to go first? Since Nico is afraid to go first. Go ahead, Hans. It's on you.
Fine, I'll go first this time. I have a hard time, because somebody remind me on the math. Wasn't the top tranche like a 20x on the stock price at the time it was issued?
I think it was closer to like a 12x or a 13x because it was a $600 billion market cap goal, and I think the stock was at
50, maybe
50 billion.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was 650, but maybe it was 600. But like 12, 13, somewhere in that range. It wasn't a 20x.
So I mean, we're if we say we're roughly 500 now, then we'd have to put the top tranche at a $6 billion market cap. Yeah, it could be that crazy. Or yeah, 6 trillion. Yeah, it could be that crazy. It could definitely be that crazy. He might put 10 on there, and that would be even more insane. But I think it's within the realm of possibility. Extremely difficult, but not impossible.
He might just go 6.9 trillion just for the lols.
I hope so. How do you think about how they're going to build the targets for cars and bots? Do you think that's going to be an explicit? Because I know wasn't I'm blanking on the 2018 comp package, but wasn't like a run rate of cars part of it too? Like they had to get a certain number of cars built. Do you think they'll do that with again, or do you think it's going to be more like autonomous miles driven or something like that? Or I guess we'll have to wait and see. I don't know how you guys are thinking about that.
I don't think the 2018 comp plan had that. It was like revenue and EBITDA. I think the earlier one did have like production goals.
That's right.
For this one, I mean, to me, it doesn't matter so much whether you hit, let's say, the original 20 million unit goal. That's not, if they're just selling those cars the way they are right now, that's probably not going to get them to, let's say, like a $10 trillion market cap. What's going to be way more impactful for value is like autonomous, like maybe not even miles driven. I think at this point it has to be financial because it has to be high margin revenue, however you do that. So like, I think it could almost completely be financial, just make it all EBITDA or net income or something like that. And then whether it's like that bots become extremely valuable and they sell a bunch of those, or it's, some combination of selling millions of vehicles and having millions of robotaxis on the road, generating margin. I almost think you don't want to be too specific with this because these are new economic models that don't exist yet today. So I don't think you would want to say like, oh, you get like an extra 10 million shares if you reach like 20 million versus 18 million units sold in a year. Like that's like not a very big driver in shareholder value as much as, like market cap and margins and that sort of thing. So I think it'd be a little bit more generic for those reasons.
That's actually a great call out. Nico, how are you thinking about it?
Yeah, I think it should be aligned on X amount of robotaxis. I like the EBITDA idea. I think there should be a market cap component. I mean, it really should be very reflective of what it was last time. But then you just throw in certain KPIs for robotaxi, certain KPIs for Optimus for them to hit. I think, I think that's as shareholder friendly and aligned as you can get. And it kind of lends itself towards us getting more information too. So selfishly, that's why I'm saying that.
Real quick, I want to bring up this really generous super chat from Anthony. $50, man. Thank you so much. That's awesome. First, as far as that super chat, we're a bit overzealous on Tesla. I get that, but all the latest investments are happening in one space. To get overexcited is understood. we're here for that reason. Not everyone is as invested. And I think this is a very interesting point, because this is sometimes like when I hear the opposite side of the Tesla story, like the negative side. It's like, these guys are just they have no idea what they're invested in, or they have no idea what the company is, and it's led by a fraudster and a scamster, blah blah blah, and everybody who talks about it is a scamster and a fraudster and blah blah blah. I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding of the technology that Tesla has in these places, right? So that they've proved that out with the electric vehicle, and it's still quite obvious that they have the best cars in the world, value for money. Some of the Chinese competitors are very close seconds, and that's amazing to see. But if you look at it from a total percentage of cars built, Tesla has a gigantic advantage from that front, and they've shown it year over year. So to think that same company, when they're investing so much time and effort and money into the humanoid robots and the AI piece, that they somehow are not going to have a good chance of reaching that, I think is sort of a miss. And it's on the person doing that research to validate that thesis, right? And I think that's what's so exciting about the Tesla story is that, yeah, of course, like some of us sound kind of crazy, maybe a little too crazy excited talking about it, but I think it has merit, because there's a lot of special stuff happening at that company, and there's a reason why it's so popular. There's a reason why anytime something breaks about with Tesla in the news or whatever, it gets as much attention as it does. It's because there's a lot of attention on the company, because it does do really cool stuff, and oftentimes it's very, very innovative and game changing. So yeah, I appreciate that comment. Did you guys want to add anything else on Anthony's comment there? Let's see.
One of the
but
things
yeah, go ahead.
that is interesting, his comment around everything that's made money recently has been in one space, and I assume that he's alluding to AI. And everything that's making money can almost just be boiled down to one company, and that's Nvidia. And Nvidia is a great company. It's run exceptionally well by Jensen. Jensen is an incredible CEO. And the fact that they're able to earn, 70+% margin on a hardware product is insane, and really speaks to the leadership that Jensen has displayed. But one of the things, when you go back and you look at market cycles, that you realize is that, the picks and shovels providers in a new market trend do great, and they are usually the first ones to be in capturing value. But the value that is captured by picks and shovels is usually less than the value that they enable on top of them. And that's one of the things that Elon is doing with Tesla's going straight to the markets where they can actually not just create software services, or not software services, but hardware services for people to build AI services with. They want to go directly to these new applications, which for Tesla, they decided, hey, let's do the two biggest and hardest markets that we can do, and we're just going to swing all the way for the fences. We're going to go after autonomous transport and robo-taxis, and then autonomous labor. Like, those are way bigger kicks at the can than Nvidia right now. And Nvidia is a great company. And like I said, Jensen is a great CEO. But I think that if Jensen can execute what he has done so far with Nvidia, the likelihood that Elon can execute at that same level for Tesla in a market that's going to be bigger than what Nvidia has been going after is likely. And that's why we're excited about it.
Nico, go for it. Caught you at the wrong time.
Yep. My wife brought me in some little snack. I'm hungry.
Shout out.
Okay. So I don't think I'm going to say anything inappropriate here or confidential. So if I do, whoops. I was, I have some friends that work at Nvidia, and we were talking, and as far as Odd Hans, you both know this. I've been saying for a long time now that I don't view Nvidia as an AI company. And my whole point has been, tell me what AI product they have. What is it? Where's the artificial intelligence? Tell me. And I was on with them, and we were talking, and I posed them the same question. And I told them, like, listen, Nvidia is a great company, making crazy margin. There is no number two at the moment. But with that said, I would not classify Nvidia as an AI company. I do not think that you guys do anything that is artificial intelligence that I can go and buy. You make chips, yes. And calling them chips is like really downplaying it. Do they have certain libraries with models that people can use? Sure. Most of them are third-party models that they're essentially just bundling into a library. After I explained my point of view, they all essentially agreed with me. Like, when you put it that way, yeah, you're right. We probably are not really an AI company. We're a AI adjacent company or an AI enabler company. We're not exactly AI. And so with that, if you really look at who the biggest companies who were the biggest purchasers of Nvidia chips, I think it was last quarter. And again, I'm pretty sure this is public information. It was the automakers and Tesla, XAI, and X. They were the biggest. Why is that? That's interesting, isn't it? Well, if you think about it right now, everyone's talking about AI and really they're talking about Gen AI, generative AI. And when they talk about generative AI, most people are just thinking LLMs, text in, text out. Well, I'll ask everybody here, everybody in the public, you guys here, tell me one job right now that you can name that Gen AI will replace, right? Because AI is going to replace our jobs, make us, not as needed, right? All this great stuff, right? Name one thing.
Script
Developer,
reader.
don't even try to put that in there. What?
Script reader.
I don't know what you're saying.
Script reader, like an AI voice.
Script reader? No, I don't think it would. Can it do that right now? You're telling me it could replace it right now? Is it being done right now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're talking about your stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Do you still need to be there to do it though?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Developing. Everyone always says, "Oh, well, developing." Listen, even the best out there, if you consider Copilot the best, it's about 50 to 60% accurate at a time, right? So it makes a lot of mistakes. Are there many great efficiency and productivity enablers? Yes. Are you taking the human out of the equation? Absolutely not. Not even close. And trust me, I'm literally in the space dealing with all these companies who are trying to. Anyways, I don't get too much into what I do, but Tesla is the only company right now that's taking a current job. By the way, the biggest job in the world, which is drivers, I'm going to take them out of what they're doing. There's no other AI project right now that is doing that or even close to doing that. Yet Tesla's doing it at a vast scale from an inference to, again, who's buying the most of the chips? It's Tesla. And that's plus all the ones they have, plus what they're trying to do with Dojo, which I think they're kind of sandbagging right now. So I don't think that we are being overhyped about this. I think this is like the most obvious thing that's out there that nobody's talking about, and everyone's getting excited about. Ooh, look what I can do with this! It can write me an essay. Oh, amazing! I think people are so caught up in that, and they're not seeing what's actually right in front of them. And maybe it's that they just don't know. Because I know people who have Teslas that really haven't even experienced FSD yet. And so it could just be that. I mean, Tesla, to be fair, hasn't tried to advertise this at all. I mean, we saw what they can do when they want to advertise, right? We saw with the shareholder vote, right? They know how to advertise when they're ready to. I don't think they're ready to get FSD that advertised. They're not trying to grow adoption of it right now. And so I do not think that we are getting overzealous or overhyping this, but we see it, we experience it, and the alpha is insane. So again, I just constantly go back to there is no other company out there that is actually doing AI in the way we have fantasized about it without watering down what AI means other than Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make excellent points, and I agree with your premise. I think but I do think that over time there's going to be many of those players. Perhaps Tesla is the first one that's going to take the biggest chunk out of that whole thing because they've been working at it for so long, right? But yeah, go ahead.
Tell me another revolutionary technological breakthrough that's happened in the last 20 years where there's been a whole bunch of players.
Cell phone.
You think there's a bunch of cell phone players out there?
I mean,
really?
There's
what do you know besides Apple and Android?
Well, I mean, those are the operating systems. Okay.
That is the phone.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so what you're yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. I think that's a fair point. Okay. Matt, did you come off mute for a second there? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna kind of back your point up, Farzad. Like, there's the telecom operators too that have all kind of flourished under that environment. I was thinking about the internet too. I mean, that's a major technological development that all sorts of different companies and business models have flourished in. So, I mean, and even if there was just like one company that had a monopoly on either one of those technologies, that past is not necessarily an indicator of the way that it's going to go. So, like, but I agree with a lot of your premise from the earlier part of what you were saying, Nico, where like Tesla, I think, is being extremely underappreciated for like the stuff that they're doing. When you like all the companies, AI is like the most popular investing trend right now. Like it's front of mind, and everybody from public market investors to VCs, like everyone is just pouring money into this. But like somehow, oh, Tesla, like Elon's a little crazy. Like their AI, they say they're AI, but like I don't know. Let me see it in the financials first. Every other company that's like getting all these, with the exception of Nvidia, where the results are very clearly in Nvidia's financials right now. But every other company, they're just like multiples are going up, the valuations are going up because of the promise of future AI, and Tesla is being left out of that equation, which I think is just kind of hilarious, given what you rightly said, Nico, about the huge market. Like they're going for an approach that's completely unique and at a scale that is like extremely large. I mean, the first wave of it is autonomous driving, which is just like an absolutely massive opportunity. But then the second wave is like the TAM for the Optimus is like literally the entire labor market, but even bigger than that potentially, because there's no reason to think that you couldn't have 20 billion bots working in some future economy. So like the market potential here for these products is just like insanely enormous. And Tesla's not getting very much credit.
I agree, Matt. This is kind of, I guess, the bigger. So you're right about the internet, right? But the truth is, when we say AI is more of as a concept. I would say it's a big umbrella, right? And the reason I say that is because AI can go many different ways, right? There's different subsets. Are you just talking about machine learning? Are you talking about generative AI? Are you talking about just transformers? Are you talking about specific neural networks? I mean, what are we talking about here, right? So AI is kind of a blanket. So I would equate AI to the internet. And in that case, I would agree. Yes, there's going to be many different companies, many different players on that. That doesn't mean there's going to be many players that are making big revenue. I would say right now, name me another company that is selling an AI product that is producing any revenue. Or forget revenue, that's actually profitable and producing income. It's not Microsoft, right? What are they doing? What are they doing that's unique? Oh, great, they're partnering with OpenAI. Oh, how innovative of them. What's Apple doing? Oh, they supposedly they have their own models, whatever, but we're gonna let you also call it a ChatGPT, and kind of, if we aren't that good, we'll suggest that you ask ChatGPT instead. Like, oh, great. And on top of that, they're all doing the same thing. They're all doing the exact same thing. They're all sitting there creating a website, and they're like, look, I'm an internet company. I created a website. That's what they're doing. A website's like 10 cents. Like it doesn't cost anything. Whereas what Tesla's doing, it's unique. It has moats upon moats around it. It's very proprietary. You can't just do it if you want to. Anyone can go ahead and try to spin up some LLMs to create their own chatbot. Anyone can do that. So it's also that uniqueness of it, right? And I think that is really just not appreciated. And again, to be fair, most people don't know about Teslas to begin with, just electric vehicles and the basic understanding of that. Like, and I sit here, foolishly trying to act like, oh man, don't you guys know what's happening with FSD? Don't you see it? Don't you understand the uniqueness of it? And people don't even understand the concept of plugging in from your garage and the benefits of that. So I get worked up here.
No, I think your premise makes a ton of sense. And I think in the next 5 years or so, you will be proven right that the net profits around AI from a software perspective, net income, like Tesla will have a huge share of that. That's how I'm thinking about your statement. If you know how Apple has a majority of the profits for the smartphone market, I think Tesla is going to have a majority of profits for the AI side from the software side, not the hardware side, right? Yeah.
No,
and I want to go through
again,
chats real quick here in a couple minutes before it starts. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, let's be very intentional with our words. I I don't agree with you. I think Tesla will have the majority of the profits from a autonomous vehicle AI project. I think it will
Okay.
probably be a few players when it comes to humanoids, right? Because I would not say Tesla has a demonstrable lead there. I would say Tesla's only lead there is the fact that they have some experience with FSD and they have a manufacturing prowess. But if it comes down to data collection and getting out there, I would say we're kind of level playing field.
I would make the argument that if they have the advantage from the car side, they also have it on the bot side, because scale and the vision approach that they're taking to solve for that is the moat. And I don't know anybody else who has that moat.
Having the compute cluster up and running, really big deal.
Yeah,
very good point. Very good point.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to go through these.
Matt had a good point. To be clear, Matt had a good point.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Listen,
right.
Let me highlight this comment. They are all great except Farzad. He laughs too much. I'm really sorry. My happiness hurts your feelings. I apologize, Hopper. I hope you can forgive me. Real quick, Buck, I'm no naysayer, but can I get late still? Thanks. Member for 29 months. Shout out, Buck. Just an OG. Love you, brother. You are the freaking best. Sean H, $5 super chat. Longtime viewer, first time commenter. Congrats on the baby and thanks for everything. Thank you so much, Sean. Really appreciate that. Real quick, let's do this one. Thoughts on when Cybertruck tech will come to S and X, and then the meeting is going to start in 4 minutes. Do you guys have any quick predictions on that?
Quick prediction, that is the dopest name, Crypto Saiyan. I just got my wife watching Dragon Ball Z, and she made a Goku reference the other day, and I was like, that's
over
amazing.
The moon.
My life's complete. Yeah.
Nerd.
Do you have a prediction? Since you're nerding out on Goku over here.
Cybertruck tech will come to sex, SNX. No.
Okay. And does anybody have a prediction?
I mean, we're still on the older batteries for them, right? Like, I think it's probably going to take some time. Like drive by wire, especially, that's like a very big redesigned to get to 48 volt also. So I wouldn't even bank that it will happen anytime, and if it does, it's probably like 2 years away or more. Is kind of my thought. It doesn't make sense to pour development dollars for a major overhaul in 20,000 of a year when robotaxi is what really matters to shareholder value. That's kind of my view.
Yeah. Hans?
Yeah, I mean, it'll come to a large sedan and a large SUV at some point, but whether those vehicles will be the S and the X is anyone's guess, and I think it's more likely not than it is. If what he's talking about is steer by wire and 48 volt and all that stuff, whether like I don't think there's going to be a cyber version of those either. So like that's just never, like there's never going to be a Cyber S or a Cyber X. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of people would like that, but yeah.
Real quick, thank you so much. $50 super chat from AI for Good. Awesome. Looks like we're about to get started here. We have this up. You guys can hear the volume? Yeah, I see Matt dancing, so I'm assuming yes. Perfect. $69 super chat from The Quest. Thank you so much. Shout out to Nick for calling out a few weeks back on a previous stream that Tesla is an actual AI company. As Chamath from All In has pointed out multiple times recently, the real world product use case for AI are few and far between these days. We just had a whole thing on that. Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's do a couple more here. By the way, heat pumps will be the future that rivals everything. It's like master plan step 5 from Anthony Lozego, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. And then Devin Mowat, $7 Canadian. 5 must companies. What do you see happening when they all converge? PS Tesla Vision will be 99% LiDAR. That seems oxymoronic. But yeah, I think when they all converge is like the master plan. There's obviously a lot of interconnect between all the companies, Starlink and everything else. And then I really want to give a shout out here. I see Herbert on the side here. Herbert's also running his own stream as well, covering this stuff. So shout out Herbert. We've done these together in the past. This time we're doing a separate, but definitely feel free to hop between the two of us. Herbert and his team do a fantastic job covering this story as well. Okay. Any final thoughts before we get some information from these folks?
Nah, I'm just being silly right now.
Why?
Well, the comments were covering me, so I hid so I could come up like an elevator.
Oh, I missed that completely. Hans, any final thoughts before this thing goes live?
Congratulations, Tesla shareholders. Your votes were counted. They mattered. They make a difference. And yeah, we are like, I think it's definitely a win for democracy and the ability of retail people, not just institutional shareholders, but retail shareholders to make their voice heard. And for us also to be able to win. Like, one of the things about the incentive-based pay for Elon that was a huge win for any retail shareholders that saw the story in 2018 or before. And so if you've been on the ride since then, you know how big of a deal that was for you and your investment and your ability to generate wealth. And so I think this is a win for our ability to continue to do that in the future.
Matt.
Yeah, I noticed in your recommended viewing, you had the bullet chess championship with Hikaru versus Ali Reza, and it kind of shocked me. Like, there's actually a surprising number of people in the Tesla community who seem to be a little bit of the chess nerds too. I've been actually used chess in a client presentation we had a while ago, looking at how AI has kind of increased. And I'll shut up now.
Second, Nick, starting on time.
Home.
All right, here we go. You guys can hear, yeah?
Yes.
The home of Tesla. My name is Brandon Earhart. I'm the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, and this meeting is going to be in two parts. First, we're going to cover the 12 items that stockholders have been asked to vote on, as well as any other matters that have been properly presented. Second, our founder and CEO, Elon Musk, will provide a presentation. During the course of the following sessions, we may discuss our business outlook and make other forward-looking statements. Such statements are predictions based on current expectations. Actual events or results could materially differ due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those disclosed in our most recent 10-K or 10-Q as filed with the SEC. Such forward-looking statements represent our views as of today, should not be relied on hereafter, and we disclaim any obligation to update them after today. At this time, I'd like to thank members of the Tesla team and the board that are here in attendance. A representative from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Tesla's independent auditor, is also present. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to our board chair, Robin Denholm, who would like to say a few words.
Thanks, Brandon, and hello, everyone. As chair of Tesla's board, I am honored to welcome you all to our home, Texas, for our annual 2024 annual shareholder meeting. And when I say I'm honored to welcome you, our shareholders, I truly am. No other company in the world has such a diverse, engaged, and supportive set of shareholders as Tesla. No other shareholder base understand its company like you do, nor is as committed to Tesla's mission to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy like you are. It is a shareholder base whose interests the board are proud to represent. It is also a shareholder base that understands that in order to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy and a sustainable energy economy, Tesla needs to develop the most revolutionary technologies, not only in autos, but in energy and artificial intelligence as well. Our achievements this past year are steps towards fulfilling our mission. Some highlights include the Model Y becoming the best-selling vehicle in the world in 2023. beginning deliveries of the much anticipated Cybertruck, proving that the muscle and utility of a pickup truck can be electric and cool. And our energy storage deployments reaching an all-time high in 2023, with the deployment trend continuing in 2024. By using our products, Tesla customers avoided releasing over 20 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions in 2023. That is the equivalent of 51 billion miles driven by ICE vehicles, an increase of about 18 billion avoided ICE miles since 2022. But to continue the exponential growth in greenhouse gas emission avoidance, we not only have to get our products into as many customers' hands as possible, but we also need to increase the utilisation of our products. And to help further with that goal, we released FSD Supervised, demonstrating that our approach to autonomy is scalable and that accomplishments in artificial intelligence, along with leveraging our existing production lines to get our next generation products to market faster, are essential to achieving our mission. We have made and plan to make further investments in hardware and software ecosystem to further advance our path to autonomy and set a course to realization of robotaxis. But sustainability is not just about avoiding emissions. It needs to take into account the whole life cycle from the manufacturing of the products to the product's end of life. That is why we source responsibly. We design our manufacturing processes to use less water per vehicle than the industry average. And for the third year in a row, we power our supercharger network with 100% renewables energy. And we are also working to build a battery material recycling ecosystem, both internally and with others, to ensure that we are moving towards a truly circular economy for energy storage. In 2023 alone, we supported the recovery of enough battery materials to build 43,000 new rear-wheel drive Model Ys. That result is the epitome of a sustainable economy. While sustainability is our mission, we also have the goal of safety. Our cars are engineered to be some of the safest in the world, and we take real-world data from our fleet and our ability to push over-the-air updates to optimize safety for all our vehicle models. Our attention to autonomy also plays a role in our goal of safety. Based on 2023 data, Tesla vehicles with driver assist technologies engaged have only a 1 vehicle accident per 5.64 million miles driven. Compared to the US, yeah, I think it's worth clapping. Compared to the US vehicle fleet of 1 accident per 670,000 miles driven. So not only are you protecting the environment by driving a Tesla, you're also protecting yourself and those who ride with you. With another year of progress in furthering our mission under our belt, I want to take this moment to thank our phenomenal Tesla employees, whose creativity, hard work, and dedication are the source of our success. Yes, huge thanks. And as most are also shareholders alongside each and every one of you, I hope each employee takes pride in the role that you have played in Tesla's accomplishments. I am proud of you, and the board and I appreciate you tremendously. Finally, I want to remind our shareholders that your board is listening, and we are here to represent your interests. You are, yes. You are the owners of the company, and your voices, your perspectives, and your input are critical to us as a board and to the direction of the company. My fellow directors and I serve as your fiduciaries and oversee Tesla's mission, purpose, and strategy with those responsibilities in mind. We continuously set the highest standards for ethical behaviour, corporate citizenship, and corporate governance. You don't see the day-to-day work of the directors, but I can assure you this is a highly engaged board, and I would like to thank my fellow directors for their dedication, whether it be inside the boardroom, meeting with our shareholders, or working closely with our team members throughout the company. Tesla is unique. Thank you. Tesla is unique in how active and large our retail shareholder base is, and we hope you here in this room and our shareholders joining us virtually today continue to take advantage of our shareholder platform to enhance your engagement with Tesla. I want to give a special shout out to our small but mighty IR team and legal team and everyone involved in running this year's proxy campaign, both inside and outside of Tesla. There is still much to do, but it has galvanized us around the strong belief that the right things are always worth fighting for. Thank you. And now I'll hand it back. Thank you. Now I'm going to hand it back to Brandon. Thank you.
The volume is maxed. If it's soft, put up the volume on your side.
Thank you, Robin. So I will now call the meeting to order. The time is now 3:40 p.m. Central, and I declare that the polls are now open. We have already received over the past few weeks voting proxies from our stockholders. However, if you wish to vote your shares at this time, you may do so through the virtual meeting portal, or if you want to vote in person, ballots and ballot boxes are available at the front. Tesla's board of directors has appointed Tony Cardidio, a representative of the Cardidio Group, to serve as the inspector of election. In addition, Broadridge Financial Services has certified that starting on April 29th, 2024, the proxy materials or notice of internet availability for proxy materials were mailed or provided to all Tesla stockholders of record on April 15th, 2024. We have a majority of the outstanding shares represented at the meeting, so I declare that there is a quorum present and that we may proceed with the meeting. The items on the agenda are as follows. There are 5 Tesla proposals. The election of 2 Class II directors, James Murdoch and Kimball Musk, to serve for a term of 3 years or until their respective successors are duly elected and qualified. To approve executive compensation on a non-advisory basis. To approve the re-domestication of Tesla from Delaware to Texas via conversion. To ratify the 100% performance-based stock option award to Elon Musk that was previously approved by stockholders in 2018. To ratify the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the fiscal year 2024. Tesla's board has recommended that our stockholders vote for each of the 2 director nominees and for each of the 4 other Tesla proposals. We have also received 7 stockholder proposals that are described in the proxy statement. I would like to remind our stockholders that Tesla's board has prepared a statement in opposition to these proposals, which also appear in our proxy statement. So let's turn to those 7 stockholder proposals. The first one is an advisory vote regarding reduction of director terms to 1 year. Our board has recommended that our stockholders vote against this, as explained in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Mr. James McRitchie, who has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Thank you. We presented a similar proposal in 2021. 55% supported it, even though the board put up a competing proposal, accountability every other year instead of every year. Neither received the required 67% of shares owned. 90% of the S&P 500 have a declassified board. Most institutional shareholders will again support our proposal. Join them. The recent Delaware court case identified 3 legal deficiencies at Tesla. Directors were not independent, the facts of the pay plan presented to investors were misleading, and the board failed to negotiate properly. A major part of the cure is declassifying the board so shareholders can hold directors accountable or submit their own nominations. Matt Mascardi of Free Float calls proposal number 6 the most important vote today, since it may enable investors to change the board, bringing new skills and professionalism. John Chevedden's simple majority vote is the other crucial vote. Another important endorser is Nell Minow, co-founder of companies including proxy advisor ISS. The Musk premium is already eroding. Tesla is Musk's liquid piggy bank since it's publicly traded. His other companies are not. Either he sticks around long enough to use our shareholder capital to fund his other ventures, or he shifts his attention sooner if we reject his pay package and turn off the money tap. Bite the bullet. Prepare for a future that doesn't depend on a superhero dictatorship. We need to transition from a board dominated by friends and family to one of expert independent directors in engineering, software, and other relevant fields. Musk is a genius. I'm saddened to see him focus his attention elsewhere, but it is happening. Don't let him siphon off more from Tesla. We need to transition to a more democratic Tesla that can attract customers, employees, and shareholders seeking a better world ahead. Again, vote for number 6 and 7. Declassify the board for accountability. Lower the voting threshold for more flexibility. Vote now before the polls are closed. Your vote can make a significant difference in our future. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McRitchie. As a reminder, the board's response was contained in our proxy statement. The second stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding simple majority provisions in our governing documents. Our board has recommended against and are set forth for the reasons in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Mr. John Chevedden, who is on the line to present this proposal. Mr. Chevedden, I would like to invite you to speak. You will have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Hello, this is John Chevedden. Proposal 7, simple majority vote. Shareholders requested the Board of Directors take the necessary steps so that each voting requirement in the charter and bylaws that calls for a greater than simple majority vote be replaced by a requirement for a majority of the votes cast for and against such proposals, or a simple majority. This includes making the necessary changes in plain English. This Proposal 7 is the exact same concept that the Tesla Board of Directors supported at the 2022 Tesla annual meeting. The 2022 Tesla Board of Directors proposal then won 98% support from the Tesla shareholders who voted, and the Board of Directors version of this proposal would have been adopted earlier if the Board of Directors had only made a slight effort to encourage more Tesla shareholders to vote for their proposal. This simple majority vote standard proposal will help improve Tesla shareholder rights. Tesla now scores a dismal 10 in shareholder rights, with 10 being the worst possible score. The Tesla Board of Directors supported this proposal concept in 2022 and should do so today. Shareholder rights and a simple majority vote standard are all the more important when Tesla has a CEO, Elon Musk, who is threatening to give less attention to Tesla and is threatening to withhold advanced technology from Tesla unless he gets a $56 billion paycheck. Never before have shareholders been under such duress when asked to approve an outrageous $56 billion CEO paycheck. Plus, there's no promise with the $56 billion paycheck that Mr. Musk will devote any minimum percentage of his time to Tesla or pursue any minimum amount of advanced technology at Tesla. Russ Gerber of the investment firm Gerber Kawasaki said, "I believe the Tesla board of directors is the most conflicted, least independent, and most incapable board of directors in the history of business. Please vote yes. Simple majority vote, Proposal 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chevedden. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Our third stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding annual reporting on anti-harassment and discrimination efforts. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by the New York State Common Retirement Fund as the lead filer, which has requested that Dr. Kristen Hall, as representative for Neo Impact Capital as co-filer for this proposal, present this proposal. Dr. Hall, I would like to invite you to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Kristen Hull of NEA Impact Capital. I'm here on behalf of lead filer, New York State Comptroller Thomas D. Paoli, trustee of New York State Retirement Fund, owner of Tesla shares valued at over $650 million as of March of this year. And I'm here as a co-filer of Proposal 8. The fund is a significant long-term owner of Tesla and has an explicit focus on investing in climate solutions. Longview Large Cap Fund, through its trustee Amalgamated Bank, AP7, and Arjuna join us in filing this resolution. Our firm name, NEA, means intention and purpose. We invest only in those companies we see building toward a better world, a sustainable and inclusive future. As the founder of NEA, I had been proud in our early ownership of Tesla. I saw the potential and the need for innovation in the automotive and the clean energy market space. However, when looking under the frunk, we find failures in workplace management, one of the most important components of any business. Employees need to be hired, trained, motivated, and engaged to do high-quality work. And we need those employees to be able to contribute to their top ability. To do so, they must feel both physically and emotionally safe at work. Investors are requesting the report outlined in Proposal 8 because workplace abuse, harassment, and discrimination have no place at Tesla. They can result in substantial costs, including employee turnover, increased absenteeism, and reduced productivity, as well as legal costs, all of which can impact shareholders' investments in the company. They may also lead to difficulties in recruiting high-quality employees, something that Tesla needs to remain innovative and at the forefront of a quickly moving technological landscape. We have expressed concerns about Tesla's workplace for years. And year after year, more harassment and discrimination allegations have emerged with few visible improvements in Tesla's people management policies or practices to assuage our concerns. Lawsuits and class actions before Tesla now involve thousands of employees, with allegations including repeated use of racial epithets by managers and employees, segregation and discrimination against non-white employees in job assignments, pay and promotion, and retaliation when employees report their experiences. These concerns are why I now formally move Proposal 8, requesting that Tesla's board commission an independent report on the effectiveness of the company's efforts to prevent harassment and discrimination within this revolutionary and innovative workspace. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hall. The board's response is set forth in the proxy materials. Let's turn to the fourth stockholder proposal, which is an advisory vote regarding the adoption of freedom of association and collective bargaining policy. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by SOC Investment Group, whose representative Tezel Patel has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Hello, I'm Tejal Patel, the Executive Director of the SOC Investment Group, and I hereby move Proposal 9, a shareholder proposal requesting that Tesla Board of Directors adopt and disclose a non-interference and collective bargaining policy that upholds international labor rights standards in its operations. This resolution was submitted with other co-filers, and we are concerned that Tesla's existing policy fails to clearly explain how conflicts between international and local labor law will be resolved, and because of clear indications that Tesla is not adhering to its current policy despite the operational, legal, human capital management, and reputational risks involved. We recognize that Tesla revised its global human rights policy in April 2023 to explicitly refer to the rights of workers to free association and collective bargaining, but these revisions were fatally compromised. The statement committing to respect these rights includes the qualifier in conformance with local law, rather than referencing the often higher international human rights standards, suggesting that Tesla respects these rights only as explicitly required by local laws. Numerous signs suggest that Tesla is not respecting its workers' fundamental rights. In Sweden, Tesla has faced months-long strikes and boycotts over what has been characterized as a refusal to bargain. Moreover, as part of its reporting on the situation, Reuters wrote that Tesla has a policy of not signing collective agreements, which, if true, would directly contravene the company's current policy. In Germany, Tesla faces allegations of refusal to bargain and poor working conditions. In the United States, Tesla has had adverse decisions by the full National Labor Relations Board and the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals over labor rights violations. Just last month, the NLRB issued a complaint alleging that restrictions in Tesla's workplace technology policies served to unlawfully discourage employees from joining unions or acting concertedly. It is also relevant for shareholders to consider the broader human capital management risks Tesla faces, including reports of higher health and safety violations and injury rates than peers, and numerous lawsuits alleging of hostile work environments. Freedom of association and collective bargaining are considered enabling rights, meaning that they empower workers to effectively advocate for additional labor rights, including the right to a safe and healthy workplace free from discrimination. The adoption of a comprehensive labor rights policy that clearly articulates a commitment to non-interference, good faith collective bargaining, and adherence to higher international standards would help Tesla better mitigate these human capital management risks, as well as operational and reputational risks, like we are seeing in Sweden. Therefore, we urge you to vote for item 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. The fifth stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding reporting on effects and risks associated with electromagnetic radiation and wireless technologies. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Lendrell Purcell, whose representative, Dr. Devra Davis, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
I am Devra Davis, founder of Environmental Health Trust. I am speaking with you today on behalf of shareholder Lendrell Purcell regarding her proposal seeking an annual report on the risks from magnetic fields and wireless radiation in their products. I'm also speaking on behalf of millions of young children, infants and toddlers, and pregnant women who are more vulnerable to wireless radiation, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm the founding director of the Board on Environmental Studies and Toxicology from the National Academy of Sciences, and I've published more than 220 scientific articles on environmental health and have concluded, along with hundreds of other experts, that current exposures to non-ionizing electromagnetic fields, called EMF, constitute a serious and unrecognized public health risk. Tesla vehicles operate with a 1,200-pound battery that emits magnetic fields and also uses wireless equipment such as Wi-Fi and radar emitting wireless radiation. Tesla should provide transparent information on measured exposures and efforts to reduce them. The World Health Organization has concluded that both low levels of EMF and microwave or cellular radiation are, quote, possible carcinogens, the same category as some pesticides and gasoline. The companies that provide secondary insurance, like Lloyd's of London and Swiss Re, have long considered electromagnetic fields to be uninsurable, comparable to asbestos, due to potential health and environmental damages. Tesla shareholders have a right to know how the company insures itself against such risks. The fact that current levels may be legal does not mean they are safe. In fact, U.S. regulations were set more than a quarter century ago. It has been 3 years since the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia determined that the FCC had been, quote, arbitrary and capricious in its failure to consider all of the science and refusal to update wireless limits. Tesla has failed to inform consumers about the measured levels of magnetic fields and wireless radiation within the automobile or their other products. Infants and toddlers by law are strapped into seats to protect them during crashes, but they have no protection from EMF that can go more deeply into their thinner skulls. To mitigate risks for Tesla, the company could shield its vehicles and ensure wireless antennas could be easily turned off. Hardware and software changes can lower exposures generally. Tesla has developed extremely rigorous compliance and hazard screenings beyond regulatory requirements for certain toxic chemicals. Investors can encourage the company to take a similar leadership role regarding reducing EMF. It's time for the company to unambiguously compete on safety regarding wireless radiation and non-ionizing radiation emitted by its products. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. Let's move on to the sixth stockholder proposal, which is an advisory vote regarding adopting targets and reporting on metrics to assess the feasibility of integrating sustainability metrics into senior executive compensation plans. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Tulip Share Securities Limited, whose representative, Constant Ricketts, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Good afternoon. Fellow shareholders, thank you for your time. I'm Constance Ricketts, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Tulip Share in support of Proposal 11, urging Tesla to integrate sustainability metrics, including diversity among senior executives, into executive compensation plans. This proposal calls for robust, quantitative targets and transparent reporting to both resolve executive pay plan controversies and ensure our company's long-term stability and success. Diversity and independence in leadership are essential for innovation and enhanced decision-making, while sustainability metrics in executive compensation reflect alignment with regulatory pressures, investor expectations, and responsible business practices. Despite 75% of S&P 500 companies incorporating sustainability metrics into executive pay plans, Tesla fails to do so. This is especially concerning given our mission to accelerate the world's transition to renewable energy. The recent ruling that voided our CEO's $56 billion pay package highlighted the need for fair and negotiated compensation plans that serve stockholders' best interests. Tesla's proxy statement does not offer substantive evidence of how the voided 2018 award harms stockholder democracy or how its ratification will cure prior deficiencies and lead to a different outcome. Likewise, the opposition to this proposal fails to show any evidence of an existing performance-based component integrated into the executive pay structure that respects established human rights due diligence processes and principles. Instead, it cites its human rights policy that is wholly unrelated to executive compensation and doubles down on the argument that the currently contested executive pay structure is the only means of motivation to achieve our company's mission. This commitment to the status quo essentially dismisses the ongoing controversies that Tesla must face and overcome, including softening sales, advancing competition, split focus in leadership, a 30% drop in stock price, reduced market cap, mass layoffs, human rights violations, and ongoing legal challenges. Tesla's executives absolutely should be duly compensated for innovative and successful business. However, stockholder democracy allows us to oppose demands like 25% control of the company and the largest pay package in corporate American history via further share issuance. We also have the right to vote for our leadership's compensation to be commensurate with financial and sustainability performance. This does not mean we do not respect our leadership's time, energy, and contributions. Quite the contrary, as it is our duty as stockholders to ensure long-term viability and success for our company.
Thank you, Ms. Ricketts. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. Let's move on to the 7th stockholder proposal, which is an advisory vote regarding committing to a moratorium on sourcing minerals from deep sea mining. Our board is recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This proposal is proposed by As You Sow, whose representative, Elizabeth Levy, has also recorded a pre-recorded message.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Levy, representing As You Sow, speaking on proposal number 12. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the bottom of the ocean. Even so, a new industry is moving forward to exploit the deep sea. We believe this industry poses risks to Tesla now and into the future. Deep sea mining is the process of dredging the ocean floor to extract battery-related minerals. It will indiscriminately destroy habitats and obliterate life in its path. Seabed mining could release carbon stores and toxic sediment plumes, poisoning marine food chains and disrupting sea life breeding and migration. The deep sea is complex and abundant with life. Its ecosystems are slow-growing and fragile, with little to no ability to recover from outside disturbance. Plans are moving forward to launch the process for commercial-scale deep-sea mining with or without regulation. Tesla's membership in the OECD and IRMA mining protocols does not resolve this issue, as neither currently applies to mining in the deep sea. Over 800 marine science and policy experts, 25 countries, 72 indigenous groups, and 48 companies are calling for a ban, moratorium, or precautionary pause on deep-sea mining. This includes Tesla's competitors BMW, Renault, Rivian, Volkswagen, and Volvo. Even General Motors has stated it does not plan to use deep-sea mine minerals. Our company's public stance on deep-sea mining matters. Tesla is the face of the EV transition, and its ambiguous position on deep-sea mining could drive investment in this controversial industry. Conversely, a clear stance restricting Tesla's use of deep-sea minerals can drive innovation in battery mineral tech, recycling, and circularity. With these technologies, even the most ambitious future EV use scenarios could be met without harming the deep sea. Tesla's failure to take a stand on deep-sea mining, combined with the fact that a former Tesla board director is now serving as a board member and special advisor to the CEO of the metals company, the very company leading the charge on deep-sea mining, raises concerns. Such a relationship appears to imply that Tesla supports the metals company in its deep-sea mining activities. Committing to a moratorium will clarify expectations and reduce reputational harm to the company, assuring customers and investors that Tesla will indeed wait until science shows deep-sea mining will not cause significant or irreparable damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. Please note that now is the final opportunity to submit any votes in order for them to be counted. I declare that the polls are now closed. Based on the proxies that we have received and the votes submitted at this meeting, I'd like to announce the results on a preliminary basis. With respect to the 7 stockholder proposals, our stockholders have approved the recommendations of the Tesla board on all of them except for Proposal 6 regarding director terms and Proposal 7 regarding simple majority voting. Now moving on to the 5 Tesla proposals. First, our stockholders have approved the election of our 2 Class 2 directors, James Murdoch and Kimball Musk, to serve for a term of 3 years and until their respective successors are duly elected and qualified. Second, our stockholders have approved executive compensation on a non-binding advisory basis. Third, our stockholders have approved the ratification of appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the 2024 fiscal year. Fourth, our stockholders have approved the redomestication of Tesla from Delaware to Texas. Fifth and finally, our stockholders have approved the ratification of the 100% performance-based stock option award to Elon Musk that was approved by stockholders in 2018. The meeting is now closed, and with that, Tesla shareholders, let's welcome Elon Musk.
The goal is to give people hope that there is a path to a fully sustainable global economy, that we are on that path, that we are accelerating that path, and that so long as we don't get complacent about it, it will happen.
This was really the beginning of the end of the Tesla bubble. I actually think the company could go bust.
Tesla's Model Y is the world's best-selling car, beating out Toyota's RAV4 and its Corolla models.
Regarding FSD version 12, it's profound. The rate of improvement is rapid. It might be the biggest asset value appreciation in history when you can do unsupervised full self-driving.
I mean, that just sounds like a story stock, autonomous taxi. I mean, can you really balance your checkbook with, sort of pie-in-the-sky predictions like that?
If you ask the wrong question, the right answer is impossible.
My prediction is that a majority of Tesla's long-term value will be Optimus. And that prediction I'm very confident of.
It's very rare a product comes along that is seemingly impossible, that experts said would never be made. And this is one of those times. Finally, the future will look like the future. People say, why'd you make it bulletproof? I'm like, why not?
Energy storage deployments, the Megapack in particular, reached an all-time high in Q1, leading to record profitability for the energy business.
This is the machine that builds the machine, and the factory is the product. And this building is the most advanced car factory that Earth has ever seen.
If you value Tesla as an auto company, it's just the wrong framework. If somebody doesn't believe Tesla's going to solve autonomy, I think they should not be an investor in the company. But we will. And we are.
Hey guys, welcome to the Tesla shareholder meeting. And I just want to start off by saying, hot damn, I love you guys. Yeah. We have the most awesome shareholder base. I mean, it's just incredible. Any public company, it's incredible. Wow. We've got a great sort of shareholder meeting here to recap the achievements of the company and tell you about where we're going. And it's, I think it's incredible. I think we're not just opening a new chapter for Tesla, we're starting a new book. Okay. So those of you who have been following Tesla closely understand, like you get it, you know? So like, important thing is you get it. I mean, it's, yeah, where things are going, I think is just gonna be absolutely mind-blowing. You know, we're obviously making great progress in solving the sustainable energy problem, you know, with electric vehicles, with stationary storage, with solar, and then I think in terms of the value of the company, autonomy is just such a mind-blowing thing that, like I said, you guys understand, but I think most of the world does not yet understand. So, you know, in talking to a lot of the sort of big institutional investors, when they're often in like New York and they don't drive cars, so I'll be like, have you driven our car? Or have you tried self-driving? You know, the version 12.3, and they're like, oh, no, okay. Well, you should try it. That would be a good thing to do. And if you just plot the points on the curve of how well autonomy is progressing and just believe the curve, it's headed towards unsupervised full self-driving very quickly at an exponential pace. If you just, yeah, it's, I mean, yeah, so. It's really as simple as that. And in fact, I'd invite you to just do it personally. Just say, okay, with each release, how many miles do you drive before you have to intervene? It's like literally that simple. With each release, you'll see there's a big improvement, and it looks like an exponential. So, and it's very clear that will actually go to the point where it is actually far safer than a person driving the car. And I have some insight into, you know, the next releases, because we've got basically, for every release that's on the road, we kind of see what the next generation release is and a little bit about the release after that. So we have some insight into where it's going, and it's really amazing. No question whatsoever that will far exceed human safety. Yeah, no question. So, and I think, you know, I have mentioned this, but like sometimes it's like helpful to sort of reiterate and connect some of the dots, because sometimes people wonder, well, how do you go from this big fleet to actually monetizing the fleet in an autonomous situation? And it's actually a combination of like, it's like Airbnb and Uber to some degree. So like there'll be some cars that Tesla owns itself, and it's kind of like an Uber fashion. But then for the fleet that is owned by our customers, it will be like an Airbnb thing. You can add or subtract your car to the fleet whenever you want. So you can say like, I'm going away for a week, at just one tap on your Tesla app, your car gets added to the fleet, and it just makes money for you while you're gone. Yeah. So you can say you can add it to the fleet for a few hours, for a few days, for a few weeks. Whenever you want it back, you can say come back, and car will come right back. And I'm highly confident that it will far exceed the value, like the revenue made by the owner of the car will far exceed the actual monthly payment. And then Tesla will obviously take a rev share on that, but most of the money will go to the owner of the car, and this is actually going to work. This is what will happen. So I mean, mark my words, this is simply a matter of time. Now, admittedly, I'm a little optimistic sometimes. You know, so I don't have complete lack of self-awareness. But if I wasn't optimistic, this wouldn't exist. This factory wouldn't exist, you know? So.
So, you know, that's what my brother, who's awesome, he's here, just got reelected. No, sorry, those things. So, it's like a little anecdote. Like when we were kids in school, my brother would tell me the wrong time for the bus so that I wouldn't miss the bus. And then I'd be upset with him, like, why'd you tell me the bus was going to come earlier than it was? And he's like, well, because otherwise you'd be late for the bus. This is an actual thing that would happen. So I guess I've been sort of pathologically optimistic from birth. But that's the reason all this stuff is happening anyway. It's like I got to be somewhat pathologically optimistic, but I do deliver in the end. That's the important thing. So yeah, and it's really just going to be something else. I mentioned this before, but like for ARK Invest, I'd recommend reading the ARK Invest analysis. That's the most accurate. There may be more accurate ones, but the most accurate sort of analysis of the potential of autonomy. The most accurate that I'm aware of is Kathy Wood's ARK Invest. And if I recall correctly, they predicted somewhere over a $5 trillion valuation for Tesla just based on vehicle autonomy, not counting Optimus. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. So I think just based on vehicle autonomy, we can 10x, more than 10x the value of the company. I believe that's what will happen. Hey, no, it's just what do you know? It's 4:20 p.m. Just noticed that. Yeah. So I think that's actually, I think that's pretty accurate. But it actually gets way crazier when you think about the Optimus robot, which is really a humanoid robot that is intended to, be able to do anything you want it to do, to be, your companion. It can be at your house. It can sort of babysit your kids. It could teach them, be a teacher. It can do factory stuff. I think that the ultimate ratio of, say, how many super useful humanoid helper droids do you want? Like, who doesn't want a C-3PO? But a C-3PO plus R2-D2 plus, plus. It would be pretty awesome. I think everyone in the world is going to want one, like literally everyone. And then there'll be obviously robots in industry, making stuff, and so I think the ratio of humanoid robots to humans will probably be at least 2 to 1, something like that. 1 to 1 for sure. So which means like somewhere on the order of 10 billion humanoid robots, maybe 20 or 30, and so then it's like, okay, well, let's say, you kind of make, let's say the build rate is, I think the build rate will be probably something ultimately like 1 billion a year, humanoid robots, like actually. And if Tesla just has a 10% share of that, and it might be a lot more than 10%, and there's, we make like 100 million Optimus units a year. For reference, the auto industry is roughly 100 million vehicles per year. So that, sort of similar ballpark, at least within an order of magnitude. And I think we could make one for a cost of maybe at really high scale of about $10,000. It's smaller. It'll be less expensive than a car. So, and I think if you sell it for $20,000 or something, this is at large scale volume. Tesla would basically make about $1 trillion of profit a year from that. So, yeah. If the price earnings multiple is, say, I don't know, 20 or 25, something like that, that would mean a $20 trillion market cap from Optimus alone. And probably 5 to 10 from autonomous vehicles. So, like, I think it's actually conceivable, it's within the realm of possibility for Tesla to achieve a valuation 10 times that of the most valuable company today. So when I say this is like we're starting a new book, I mean, it's going to be the best book. Next level, next level. No, we need to make sure these robots are nice to us, and that's very important. Yeah. So anyway, so with that, let me get into the presentation. Blah 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 blah. Oh man. I think it might be worth us just putting a word limit on future shareholder Tesla proposals. It's like you can't have like a novel length, it's kind of like you can't have a whole novel as a Tesla proposal. So anyway, as you can see, our impact is accelerating. We're starting to make a real noticeable dent in carbon emissions. So we're really making a lot of progress towards achieving our goal of sustainability. And one of the effects of autonomy is going to be an even greater effect on carbon emissions, because I suspect that we'll go from passenger cars having about 10 hours of usage per week, about an hour and a half per day, to probably a third of the hours in the week, maybe 50, 55 hours, which means the same car will be used 5 times more often. So you need a certain amount of resources to make the car, but it'll have 5 times the usage, in my opinion. I think that's quite likely, which will be an even more dramatic impact on carbon emissions. So, we care a lot about sustainable manufacturing. Our factories are beautiful. Like, you walk around the factory, it's actually, contrary to these, like, what you read in the press, it's like a good vibe in the factory. Like, people are smiling and happy. It's like, it's nice. So yeah. We do care. We actually do care a lot at Tesla about doing the right thing, and we're not going to be perfect, but we do care a lot about doing the right thing. So our vehicles are water efficient, energy efficient. We try whenever possible to use renewables for powering the factory, and do our best to do the right thing. Our batteries are lasting a lot longer. I got too many things in my hand. Anyway, the batteries are lasting a lot longer, which is good. Safety is good in the factory. We're improving the affordability of EVs. Model Y is comparable to a BMW X3, but its actual cost of ownership on a monthly basis is much lower. We were #1 in EVs globally last year, so yeah. So, yeah. So let's see. And congrats to the Tesla team on making 6 million vehicles all time. So the Tesla fleet is really becoming very substantial. It's going to be 7 million vehicles by the end of this year, over 7 million vehicles. So, And our factory in Fremont is currently the highest volume auto factory in North America. So, and we broke the prior production record from when it was NUMMI. So it's actually pretty wild that we have a giant car factory in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's not exactly the cheapest place to have a car factory. It's like that in the Swiss Alps or something, you know. But we still managed to make great cars at high volume, and that's a testament to the great team we've got in Fremont. So congrats to the Fremont team. And a lot of people were saying the Cybertruck is like fake; it's never going to come out. Now we're shipping a lot of Cybertrucks. We hit a weekly record of 1,300. And I think that with the Cybertruck, it really is something special. Like, people sometimes have like different opinions on the Cybertruck, but if you really want to know if something is cool, if it's a great product, like show it to a kid, okay? Like no filter, okay? The kid's got like no filter, like a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, something like that, or even 3-year-old, and say, which car do you like? Cybertruck. So it's like, that's how you know. It's finally something that it just looks like the future. And it drives so well. It's comfortable. It's just a fantastic product. I think it's our best product, and it's a lot of innovation. It's got a 48 volts low voltage system. Finally, instead of 12 volts, 800 volt drivetrain, the world's biggest castings. It's bulletproof. All the cool things. Can outpull a F350 diesel, which is a very impressive truck, and it can it can do a quarter mile faster than a Porsche 911 while towing a Porsche 911. So that's insane. So yeah. And if you think about it, like how often do companies make products that move your heart, that are really special? It's so rare, and I think this is one of them. So yeah. And we launched the upgraded 3, which is actually a fantastic car. I recommend trying it out. It's really a great car, and it's only $216 after gas savings. Like total cost of ownership, it's basically $200 and something when compared to a gasoline car, a similar gasoline car. So it's really a great deal and a fun car. And the performance, Model 3 performance is, well, it's like, faster than a Porsche 911. It's just a great car. So, yeah. So, yeah. And of course, Model Y became the best-selling vehicle globally. And this is something that we predicted. I think I said in like 2022, Model Y would be the biggest car in the world by dollar volume sales, and at 2023 it would be the biggest in unit volume, and it was. And again, this year it will be the best-selling car on earth. So, yeah. Obviously we've got the Tesla Semi. We're in low volume production of the Tesla Semi, and just last week I approved the plans for volume production of the Tesla Semi. So we're going to make a lot of semi-trucks. We're going to start off with, yeah, it's something, I think it'll actually move the needle financially. It's not like, it's not a small thing. And the thing about like commercial vehicles is that companies that use them are super objective. It's not like, it's actually, I mean, obviously we're going to make it have cool style and be an awesome car, but for commercial vehicles, the companies that make the buying decisions, they just look at it and say, like, what are the numbers? Like, is this cost less to transport or cost more to transport than say, a diesel truck? And the thing is that the economics are much better than a diesel truck. It's kind of basically a no-brainer. If you're a transport company, you don't use an electric, the Tesla electric semi, you're just losing money. Why would you do that? Do you not like money? Okay. But if you do like money, then I recommend using the Tesla semi. And so I think this is really going to actually sell at a scale that people will be surprised at and will actually move the needle financially and do a lot of good. And also for CO2 and sustainability, because semis are driven all the time, actually, even at much smaller numbers, they have a very big effect on total carbon emissions solved. So obviously we've got some new products that we're working on under the covers. And I think these are, I think these are going to be pretty special. So, you know, some of them, I think people maybe at first may think, oh, it's not going to be that amazing, but just wait. It will be. So. So our supercharger network is continuing to grow. You know, rumors of the death of the supercharger are greatly exaggerated. We are, in fact, continuing to grow the supercharger network significantly. In fact, this year, I think we'll deploy more superchargers this year that are actually working than the rest of industry combined. Just FYI. So now we are going to be more careful about, like, you know, the capital efficiency of where we deploy superchargers. But for sure, any place that has congestion, any sort of missing parts of the map that we're missing, we're going to put the superchargers there. So even for the remainder of the year, we expect to spend about $500 million on supercharger deployment. So it's very significant, and it'd be a well-spent $500 million. So this is, you know, it's a lot. So, and this is actually not showing a bunch of new markets that will be opening up later this year and next. So we're obviously we want Tesla to be worldwide, and there's still a lot of countries that we, you know, have 0 to very few Teslas, and we obviously we want Tesla everywhere. So there are a lot of new markets that we're going to open up later this year and next. We're also opening the superchargers to other companies with the that's the adapter to the old somewhat clunky connector. But our goal is to be helpful to other car companies. So any other car companies that are going electric, we do want to be helpful to them with our supercharger network. So we're providing them with adapters and enabling them to have access to the Tesla supercharging network because we think it's better to do that than to create a walled garden that inhibits EV growth. Oops, there was a bit of latency here. And we're also innovating a lot in battery production with the 4680 that's built right here. And it's a hard problem, you know, like there are entire companies that just make battery cells. That's all they do. But But we're making good progress. Like all the Cybertrucks that you see use the Tesla 4680 cell. We have a clear path to the 4680 being, we think, probably the most competitive cell from a manufacturing efficiency standpoint. And so it is a hard problem, I have to say. There's quite a lot of brain damage required to be good at cell manufacturing. It's like a brain damage high. But I think it does give Tesla resilience in the face of if there are changes in the, I don't know, geopolitical situation somehow. But it's good to have some independence in cell manufacturing. Yeah, and we're making steady progress, and we also have the cathode refinery, which you can see behind the main factory. So you can sort of see it in the picture there. That's a cathode refinery, and then we've got the lithium refinery in South Texas. And so we're just making sure we've kind of got the pieces of the puzzle. And I mean, if you were to look at sort of a video of how Tesla does, say, cathode and lithium refining and how the rest of industry does it, it's night and day. I mean, you can sort of eat off the floor in the Tesla refinery, and I would not recommend doing so in the others. So, you know, we're definitely going very, very vertical here. But I think this is it's a wise investment that will pay off more than people realize. So. I don't think this thing's working. So this year, we're also on track to complete a massive number of energy deployments. So that is a gigantic increase in deployment capability. We seem to be tracking to sort of a 200% to 300% year-over-year growth in energy storage deployment in stationary pack. So it's giant. And the limiting factor really is being able to build more megapacks and build more Powerwalls. So we're ramping up production of the Powerwall 3, which is really a game changer for at the personal level. The Powerwall 3, it usually takes about 3 iterations of any given technology to really, for it to be something where it's like, okay, now we're really hitting the sweet spot. So Powerwall 3 is like an epic product. The Megapack is also, I'd call it sort of iteration 2 of the Megapack is also an epic product. With the Megapack 3, which is, I don't know, probably a couple years away, we'll start actually absorbing more and more of the substation of the sort of power electronics. So, because I sort of think you want to get to the point with the Megapack where you can literally just take the high voltage power lines and plug them in. There's no substation. We just plug them in. Just drop them down and drop it down and plug it in. And now it works. Which is like mind blowing for the utility industry, by the way. Like, they're like, what? Yeah, you just plug the wires in and it'll work. For very high voltage. So that I think is actually going to be a major. So this is anyway. So yeah, this is great. Excellent work by the energy storage team. So. Services and other are also looking good. So we're actually now making money on the services and other stuff. So this is kind of a big deal. Right? Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, and Tesla's obviously way more than a car company. We do a lot of software at Tesla. About, I don't know, roughly half or a very huge percentage of the engineering we do is actually software engineering. So Tesla's, I'd say, as much a software company as it is a hardware company. This is a very big deal because car companies are not software companies normally. So this matters a lot. So things like our Orbiter software for energy storage, all of the software that controls the cars, the megapacks, the power walls, the solar, obviously for AI and full self-driving are a big deal, insurance, service and collision. Tesla also writes a lot of software internally that helps, that like we call like the Tesla operating system internally, that is head and shoulders above what any other company has. I think probably better than any Fortune 500 company. The Tesla internal software is just way better. So it's just far more than what people normally think of as a car company. And Tesla is also the leader in real-world AI. So there's really, this is a big deal. Like Tesla is ahead of Google, Meta, OpenAI, anyone on real-world software, actually taking in video and making decisions based on video. No one is even close. And it's getting better, I'd say, with each passing month, if not each passing week. So, yeah. And it's also worth noting that Tesla is actually pretty good at chip design. So the AI inference chip that was designed by Tesla that's in cars, we had sort of our hardware 3 AI inference cars made over the past year have the hardware 4. We've just completed design on hardware 5, which we're now calling AI 5, because it's really is. There still actually is not a chip from Nvidia or from, and I have a lot of respect for Nvidia, from any company that we would prefer to put in our car that is better than what we have in the car. So we started from scratch in chip design, just as we started from scratch in AI software, and have the best real-world AI software and the best AI inference chip in the world from nothing. So this is, a big deal. And the capability of the chips in the car is dramatic. Like, I mean, right now, all the cars are actually training. Like we have hardware 4 run hardware 3 in emulation mode. So we'll continue to make significant progress on hardware 3, but later this year we'll actually bifurcate, continue working on hardware 3, so on training on hardware 3, but then do separate training on hardware 4. That'll be the sort of training cluster that we're building at the south side of the Gigafactory, and that'll be dedicated hardware 4 video and inference. And so the hardware 4 has cameras that have about 4 or 5 times better resolution, and depending on how you count the sort of hardware 4, it's about anywhere from 3 to 8 times better than hardware 3. So, but everything you're seeing thus far is just hardware 3, and we still have a long way to go before we reach the limits of hardware 3. So hardware 3, I think will do amazing things, but hardware 4, I think will probably do about 5 times better. Then hardware 5, which comes out in about 18 months or so, is 10 times more capable than hardware 4. It's like sort of, if you know Nvidia hardware, it's sort of a B200 class computer. That's like this. So what we'll just progressively do is improve how many nines of reliability the car gets. And then of course that will go into Optimus as well. So the same chip will go into hardware 4 will go into is an Optimus. Hardware 5, AI 5, which we're calling switching from hardware 5 to AI 5, will be in Optimus and in all cars in about 18 months. And it's really just a staggering amount of compute. And it's very power efficient compute. So it's got to be, because if you're in a mobile application like a humanoid robot or a car, you can't just be sucking down 10 kilowatts, like you can in a data center. So you've got to be very power efficient. So the, sort of hardware 3 and 4 are only a few hundred watts. Yeah, this is hard. Now, hardware 5 will be able to go probably up to about 700 or 800 watts, but it'll power fluctuate contingent upon the complexity of the scene that it is in. So if it is in a parking lot stationary, it's like you don't have to think very much. Just like a person. Like if you're in a complicated traffic scenario, you've got to think a lot more than if you're just cruising along, on an empty road. But something that I think is potentially interesting down the road is, like at some point, the Tesla fleet, I think, will probably be, over 100 million vehicles. And if each vehicle has a kilowatt of efficient inference compute, I think there's an sort of an Amazon Web Services, AWS type opportunity, because if you've got 100 million vehicles with a kilowatt of efficient inference compute, you've got 100 gigawatts of compute. Like 100 gigawatts of compute is a lot, and it's distributed all over the world. So when the car is not in autonomous mode, which I think probably is, doing robotaxi work maybe 50, 60 hours a week, but about 100 hours a week, it's not, it's probably stationary. So there's 100 hours of 100 gigawatts of inference compute, which I think we should use. Why not? When people looked at Amazon, which started out obviously as an online bookseller, and it's on, as going to be like this incredible place where you can buy anything, and then Amazon Web Services, like, well, they got all these computers that only really see peak usage sometimes, but what are they going to do when it's not peak usage? And sometimes the Amazon servers are down like 10%. So that's when they said, well, let's do Amazon Web Services. And then Amazon Web Services became more valuable than the entire rest of Amazon. And anyway, I think there's some kind of opportunity there that's pretty significant for Tesla down the road. Again, that's really, nobody's really factoring that in. But I think that actually will be quite significant. We also are no longer compute constrained for training. So I check in with the team. It's like, is there anything we could do to improve the pace of progress with respect to training and inference? And currently that is not the limiting factor. In fact, the limiting factor right now is that the amount of miles between interventions is so long that it takes quite a while to figure out which version is better than the other version, because none of them are requiring any interventions. So it's like, if you start getting to like thousands of miles between interventions, or you're like 10,000 miles to get an intervention, then the average person only drives about 10,000 miles in a year. And if it's in an urban environment, and the average speed is 20 miles an hour, I mean, so our professional test drivers get pretty bored, frankly. They're like, okay, I drove all week and there was no intervention. Like the highlight of the week would be like, yes, an intervention, finally. It's like getting to that point. So this is where actually having a giant fleet is extremely important, because we can deploy a new FSD model and run it in shadow mode and see how well it performs. Compare how the human drives the car versus the new self-driving build, and then analyze that delta in shadow mode, like the shadow knows, or doesn't know, as the case may be, and then be able to assess, by getting billions of miles very quickly, with the giant fleet. Like that, basically, that data engine is incredibly helpful. Like actually, it's not possible to solve the self-driving problem without having millions of vehicles on the road. So, so that's actually is like figuring out clever ways to test how good the next FSD build is actually the limiting factor right now. And then of course, like I said, we are building another training data center right here, which will be dedicated to hardware 4 training. So we'll bifurcate hardware 3 and hardware 4 training later this year. We'll keep improving hardware 3, but we're going to uncork the full capability of hardware 4 as well. So, yeah. And I think most people here have tried out version 12. We did say like unsupervised full self-driving would be version 12. So we are actually just keeping the version arbitrarily at 12, and then like calling it 12.4, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5. But it's actually really like version 13, version 14. But anyway, this is an arbitrary designation. So 12.4 is actually like a whole different version than 12.3, and 12.5 is a whole different version than 12.4. So you'll see really giant improvements, I think sometimes factor of 10 improvements between successive versions. And then, as I mentioned, the way it'll work for the existing fleet is you'll be able to add or subtract your car to the fleet as you'd like. And there will also be Tesla-owned cars. So it'll be a combination of like Uber plus Airbnb. But it'll be pretty wild that there'll be a software update, and then the whole fleet suddenly becomes accessible. It's like suddenly you've got 7 million, 10 million cars that can, ultimately tens of millions of cars that can do autonomous driving, and instead of being used 10 hours a week, can be used 50 or 60 hours a week. So it's pretty wild to just be in Palo Alto with a bunch of cubes, and then a humanoid robot just walks past. We've made a massive amount of progress with Optimus in a short period of time, from someone pretending to be a robot dancing in a suit, to a pretty hodgepodgey robot, to a robot that is actually doing useful tasks in the factory today. So we have 2 Optimus robots in our Fremont factory that are doing basically this task, which is taking cells off the end of the line and placing them in a shipping container. And yeah, we actually have quite a few of these cruising around our offices in Palo Alto. So there's, and I think we've got kind of like one major hardware revision, which should be done by end of this year or early next, and then we'll move into a limited production next year of Optimus. Limited production for use in our factories, where we'll test out the product, kind of, as I said, sort of eat our own dog food or whatever the electronic equivalent of that is. But I think like next year, my prediction is next year we'll have over 1,000, maybe a few thousand Optimus robots working at Tesla. And things are going to scale up very rapidly from there. So we'll iron out the bugs. Like the degree of autonomy will be radically better. You'll just literally be able to talk to it and say, please do this task, or I'm going to show you something. Now do the thing that I'm showing you. Get to the point where it can watch a video of something like a person and and then learn just by looking at that video and do that task. So, yeah. So really, it's going to be quite something. And I'm confident of the prediction that there will be more, like the ratio of humanoid robots to humans will be greater than 1 to 1. So that there'll be, more than 10 billion humanoid robots in the world, probably 20 or more. And Tesla is going to be by far the leader in that. You're seeing a lot of robot startups, but I think it's actually very challenging to do Optimus as a robot startup, because what we found, to make Optimus work, we've had to design from first principles, from scratch, every part of the robot. So the motor, the gearbox, the sensors, the power electronics, the communication system, everything had to be done from scratch. We found that there's basically nothing. There's no supply chain. So even though there are many electric motors made in the world, there's no supply chain for the types of motors and sensors and gearboxes that are needed for a humanoid robot. What you're seeing here is our current generation hand and arm, but our next which has 11 degrees of freedom. Our next generation has 22 degrees of freedom. It will be able to play the piano. So it's really like, wow. Now, of course, like I said, we need to make sure we don't have the Terminator scenario. That's very important. Safety of the humanoid robot will be very important. But because it requires so much ground-up designing every motor, gearbox, sensor, power electronics from scratch, it's very hard for a startup to, if not impossible, for a startup to replicate that. But at Tesla, we have the world's best electrical engineering. I think we've got the world's best mechanical engineering for gearboxes and for electric motors, power electronics. We have the resources to do that. It applies quite well. And then you also have to have the brain. You need a power-efficient inference computer, which we've got for the car, and we'll be using an Optimus. You need AI. You need to be the best in real-world AI, and Tesla's the best in real-world AI. So you need all of these. You need a very strong hand of cards in order to make a compelling robot. And then you also need to be very good at scale manufacturing. So in order to have the robot not cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars, in order to make it cost like $10,000 or $20,000, you actually need to design for manufacturing and be very good at manufacturing. In my experience, prototypes are easy compared to volume manufacturing. Prototypes are easy, production is hard, relatively speaking. So Tesla has the production capability, it has the engineering capability, and it has the AI hardware and software capability. And even the most optimistic estimates that I've seen for Optimus, the optimist, I think undercount the magnitude of what this robot will be able to do. As I said at the beginning of the presentation, I agree with the ARK Invest analysis that autonomous transport is called sort of a $5 to $7 trillion market cap situation. Optimus, I think, is a literally $25 trillion market cap situation. So. Now, I don't want to trivialize what's necessary to get there. I mean, it's an immense amount of work that is required to get there, like super difficult. But we are moving very fast down that road, and we're going to make it happen. So, thank you. I guess with that, we can go to Q&A. Sorry? Yeah. I guess we've got mics lined up.
Dive for the mic.
Hey, Elon. Last year, I thanked you for making the world a better place for my son to live in. And I wasn't clear. In particular, I was referring to what you've done for the First Amendment and our rights.
Thank you.
History will not forget it, and the sacrifices you made and the risks you took will pay off and have paid off.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I very much appreciate that. I think you have to say, like, why was the First Amendment so important? Is because, people came here from places where if they spoke their mind, they'd be put in prison or killed, or just shut out from society, ostracized. So freedom of speech is absolutely fundamental to a good future. And yeah, that's the reason for, acquiring Twitter and trying to, just making it a free speech platform. I think it was very important to just the future of civilization. So, thank you.
Hey, Elon. My name's Ronnie. I'm on your right side. How's it going? Hey. I work for Tesla sales in Orland Park, Illinois, and I was always wondering, do you think Tesla could ever move forward towards bundling software as like a package to, possibly increase take rate for FSD, maybe bundle it with premium connectivity and future software options?
I think we definitely want to encourage people to try FSD, and one of the things that I think probably makes sense is that when we have a significant improvement, every time we have a significant improvement in FSD, give all customers a 2-week free trial. So like, hey, we've made an improvement to FSD, try it for another 2 weeks. With 12.4, we finally get rid of the steering wheel nag, which I know is driving people crazy. Yeah. Thank heaven for small mercies. Even just something like that, not having the steering wheel nag, and obviously having a far lower intervention count, far more miles between interventions. So I think keep offering people free trials of FSD every time we make a significant improvement. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's when you hear the speakers, you're like, ears don't work,
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
2 questions, actually. First, after $56 billion, you can afford to probably take your kids to Disneyland now. Is that where you're going?
Well, I mean, by the way, it is worth emphasizing that it's Tesla stock that I have to own for 5 years. So, it's not possible to it's not actually cash, and I can't cut and run, nor would I want to. I've actually been to Disneyland, Disney World many times with kids. It's a little tough for me to go these days without causing a ruckus. Maybe I should just wear a Mickey Mouse outfit and just go and, pretend I'm one of the people.
So as we work on autonomy and we're getting to that threshold where things are getting to a seriously advanced level, eventually there are going to be some harsh consequences. It's part of breaking through, right? And I'm just curious where your mind is at on that, and have you thought about, some of those early consequences that we're unfortunately going to have in order to have a better, safer future? I'm just wondering.
You mean like scary robots or what?
No, in the cars with full self-driving. And
okay.
We've seen some companies that there's been some unfortunate mishaps, and they've just straight up closed shop, and I know that's not the plan, but those are real consequences of developing this technology, and I'm just wondering where your mind is at on that.
Yeah, well, we do try to be very careful with the deployment of FSD, and we do have a lot of cars. So like inevitably, when there are a lot of cars and you've got billions of miles, you do have the law of large numbers, where okay, there's a small chance of something bad happening, but when you look at the sort of safety per mile, because we've got a lot of miles, it's very clear that the safety per mile is better than human driving. So. So when we can show that to regulators and obviously make our case to the public and say, like, actually, human driving is not perfect. There's a person killed roughly every 80 million miles. So like 35, 40,000 people are killed every year in the U.S. from auto accidents. What matters is, like, are we making that number smaller? And as long as we're making that number smaller, we're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Hey, Elon, this is Bikash. I have one question.
Sure.
So we know
Sorry,
that
yeah.
we love you all. We love from our bottom of the heart. And we love you so much, Elon.
Thank you.
My question
Love you
is, my question is, like, we all know Tesla will be the most valuable company in the world one day.
Yeah.
We just want to know if you have any prediction when and what is the inflection point. When we can say this is the inspection point, is it solving the FSD, or is it like Optimus on ground will be the point from your perspective?
Well, as I mentioned before, I think it's worth looking at the ARK Invest analysis. I think that is the most accurate analysis. Their prediction is, I think, $5 to $7 trillion by 2029. Market cap. So more than 10 times what things are today in 5 years. I think that is accurate.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, Elon.
Hey.
Hey, huge fan, and I think history will show that you've had a profound impact on humanity. So I think that's just given. And just a couple of questions, I guess. I fixed my Tesla addiction by putting cars on Turo, and I found that about half my renters is the first time they're driving a Tesla, and then the other half really want to buy one after they've tried it out. So I guess a couple questions. When could we expect maybe the referral program to come back, if it would come back? And
Sure.
Could we also get a passenger van, like a 12-passenger van, sometime soonish?
I'll add that to my list. So the referral program, I think we'll re-examine the referral program probably next quarter, it is very important to sort of look at what is the fully considered cost of a Tesla. So if with the referral program, it effectively increases the price of the car. So, is the price increase, what is better for the end customer? A slight price increase because of the referral program or not? But I think we'll re-examine that, I think, in next quarter and see if it makes sense. I think some kind of referral program does make sense. But I think for a lot of people, by far the biggest thing we see is that people just can't afford the car. That's the biggest thing. That's the limiter on demand. You can imagine in the limit if there was, say, an 18, if Model Y cost less than $20,000, it would sell probably 5 million units. It would be insane. So now that's not feasible, today, but I think working on figuring out ways to make more affordable vehicles is really the game changer. For most people, it is really not a question of whether they want a Tesla. They do want a Tesla. They simply do not have enough money to afford one. So we have to make it affordable. That's essential. Thank you.
Hey, Elon. I just want to introduce myself. My name's Hamza. First off, thank you for introducing me to Anurbeck. He and I are now close thanks to you, and I moved to Austin thanks to you. So my question is basically, for for FSD transfer, I think that should be something that should be ongoing. I think not only on the benefit of you for getting more people on the fleet and getting, statistics and info, but also as Tesla owners, it makes us want to get the next model and transfer over. For instance, the thing that's been holding me back is wanting to wait for the FSD transfer again. So is there a reason why you haven't implemented that for like ongoing time?
It is pretty complex for us to do this. It sort of it adds a fair bit of complexity to the sales process. Yeah, and it is tough because we've got to earn revenue somehow. So, transfer is tough. But we sorry? One more quarter. Okay, one more quarter. All right. You got it. One more quarter. All right. So, yeah. All right.
Oh, Elon, thank you for hosting us. If you can see me, I'm trembling uncontrollably. I really look up to you, shareholder, consumer, tripled my humble, tiny little portion of your shares the last 2 days, just being engaged, knowing we're coming here, and appreciate you hosting up shareholders, and it just means so much to us.
You're welcome.
You're an absolute idol. This question comes because I care about you as a human being, but in the context of being a shareholder, unlocking these values of optimists, we need you. And just with all the global uncertainty, you're so high profile, just want to make sure you're doing everything to take care of yourself, safety, and health for the future of the company. I say that because I care about you as a person, but since this is a shareholder meeting, in the spirit of shareholder value.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind sentiments. Yeah, I think I probably need to work out, and and not get assassinated or something. I mean, it is getting a little crazy these days. To first approximation, the probability that a homicidal maniac will try to kill you is proportionate to how many homicidal maniacs hear your name. Okay. So they hear my name a lot. I'm like, okay, I'm on the list, So, yeah, so we actually did have 2 homicidal maniacs in the last roughly 7 months come to aspirationally try to kill me and a bunch of other people. So it's not just me. And there wasn't like an actual issue that they articulated. They were just, in the homicidal maniac career. So, so I do need to be kind of careful. Which is not great because it forces me to be a bit more sort of standoffish, and so now I've stopped signing things because just something. Because that would be a sure way to homicidal maniac. I'll just have to sign something and then shoot him, type of thing. So then I have to be more standoffish and stuff, which I prefer not to be, but it seems wise. Think of John Lennon, who was singing about hey, can't we all just be nice to each other? And then he got shot, by one of his fans. You're like, okay, we'll try to avoid that. So. Anyway, I appreciate the kind sentiments. I will endeavor to stay alive and keep, yeah. So, all right.
Hi, Elon. I was reading an article the other day. Is Tesla still have somewhere in the product timeline a home HVAC system in the works?
A home interact system. We do not have a home interact system that I'm aware of. No, we do not want.
HVAC system.
Oh, HVAC. Oh, yeah. HVAC. Yeah, sure. Yeah, in the list of things that would be more useful than, or it would be nice to do, would be a great HVAC system that is very power efficient. Has a built-in HEPA filter, and take a lot of the things that we've learned in the car and apply that to home HVAC.
because I actually, maybe there is a great home HVAC system out there, but I haven't found it, which is pretty wild. And just building in the filtration system and, being able to sort of maybe also control humidity somewhat and, like I said, be super efficient and quiet, which are all things that we do in the car. That would be a pretty sweet thing to do. Maybe we can combine that with the Powerwall or something. Now on the list of things to do, that is not super high, but it would be cool to do that one day.
Hi, Elon. This is Sandeep. I just want to thank you for making the Cybertruck.
You're welcome.
Yeah, kids
Yeah.
love it. Really,
Yeah,
my
kids
4
love
and
it.
6-year-old, they love it.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Kids, it's like amazing. It's like
I went to Disney last week. Nobody looks at Disney. Everybody looks at Cybertruck.
yeah.
There's a funny story, if you may allow. So we were preparing my daughter. We went to Destin, and then from there we were driving to Disney, and then we were preparing my daughter to. She's 4 years to just get used to the lines, and you have to have a lot of patience to get in the line. And she's like, Dada, why don't we just say we'll show you our Cybertruck and then we'll cut the lines? I mean, she got used to it because we were
Sure.
driving superchargers, and then everybody was coming over, taking pictures.
Sure.
It's a funny story,
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I have a request. Would you allow 6-year-old to tour the factory maybe someday in the future? Right now, it's capped
Sure.
at 12 years.
Okay.
Even though we have referral rewards, it's capped at 12 years. Would you allow the kids
Yeah.
to tour the factory? Maybe they can see the robots.
Sure.
Maybe make an event or something like that.
Yeah, maybe we could have like we're just like worried about kid safety and stuff, in case a kid like goes running off into like the robot cell or something. But yeah, we could I think lower maybe have like a more limited tour that's enables younger kids to go. Sure, we'll do that. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Okay.
Donald Trump has been a big critic of electric vehicles. But last week, he surprised us by saying he's a big fan of Tesla and a big fan of you.
Yeah.
What did you tell him?
Well, I can be persuasive. So, yeah. Actually, I don't exactly know why he. This is a good question. I mean, I have had some conversations with him, and he does call me out of the blue for no reason. I don't know why, but he does, and it's like he's very nice when he calls, and and I was like, electric cars I think are pretty good for the future. America's the leader in electric cars. Buy America and stuff, and. And I think he actually, a lot of his friends now have Teslas, and they will love it, and he's a huge fan of the Cybertruck. So I think those may be contributing factors. So.
Hey, Elon, on your right.
Sorry, yeah.
My name's Keanu, a longtime fan of your brand and company and everything. I'm wondering, when you take the driver out of the seat for the driverless car, how do you plan to handle interventions, which I'm sure will happen at some rate, even if they're rare?
Yeah, so clearly we want to make sure that if there's no driver in the car, the probability of a severe intervention is extremely low. We want to make sure that the car is extremely cautious around vulnerable road users like cyclists or pedestrians. So really, we'd want the probability of hurting a pedestrian or cyclist to be incredibly low, like way lower than someone driving a car. Now, then there are interventions that happen where the car is simply gets stuck down a one-way street with a crazy construction situation. But in which case it'll basically phone home and say, "Help! I'm stuck." And then I think we can probably solve a lot of these things just by, remoting into the car and kind of like steering it like a giant RC car. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I think we'll do. Thank you.
Hey, Elon, Anwar from Kazakhstan. Thanks for installing superchargers. I just want to acknowledge Tesla, Boomer Mama, and Sawyer Merritt for all the efforts that they organized.
Yeah.
There's a after party to celebrate at Luster Pearl East. If you guys want to come and celebrate all the efforts for the community. Congratulations, Elon.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for hosting today, Elon. It's about 4 years since you did Battery Day and drew out those very ambitious targets of getting to a terawatt hour of batteries. And earlier in your presentation, you alluded to the great difficulty of scaling up this new technology. I think as shareholders, we're most interested, can you tell us a little bit more, because in terms of affordability, which you also mentioned as this huge burden, these 4680s get manufacturing credits and also on the consumer side get large credits as well. If you could scale that so that we could produce full level of Cybertrucks and also start to put them back in the Y and the 3, potentially it would greatly improve affordability and be great in terms of scale.
Sure. So achieving affordability is actually, at this point, more about the rest of the car than it is actually about the battery pack. So the price per kilowatt hour of cells from suppliers has dropped dramatically. So there was a massive spike for a few years in the cost of lithium-ion cells from suppliers because every car manufacturer put in gigantic orders for battery packs, like giant orders. So the price of lithium and like all the raw materials and the battery cells went crazy. It doubled. Like the price of cells doubled. Price of lithium, I think, went up at almost like five-fold or like 500%. Like went up crazy numbers. So since then, the demand, like suppliers, battery cell suppliers, have increased their supply, and the orders from other car manufacturers have declined. So I mean, it is worth noting that it's tough sledding out there for EVs. You know, GM announced, I think, a 50% reduction recently in their EVs. Ford announced reductions. I think almost every manufacturer has announced reductions in their electric vehicle plans. Now Tesla, we're going to increase, but it is not an easy market. But to get the cost of the car down, it's really the battery pack is a piece of the puzzle, but it's really everything else too. So I really would describe like we're making a car more affordable. It's like Game of Thrones, but pennies. Game of pennies. So there's, quote to first approximation, 10,000 unique items in a car, and if each one costs $5, or then you've got a $50,000 car. So to actually get the cost of the car down, you've got to chisel away pennies, and to get the 10,000 items to be, $3 instead of $5. That's kind of what it amounts to. Now, with respect to our own cell production, we do see a path to cost parity by the end of this year. A very difficult path to cost parity. Currently, our 4680s cost more than our suppliers. Now, they cost more than the suppliers today, but they cost less than the suppliers a year ago. So, there's a bit of a feast-famine thing with battery cell supply. It's kind of like for DRAM chips. Like the DRAM industry goes from oversupply to undersupply. The price of DRAM changes like crazy. It's kind of like that for cells. But we expect to achieve cost parity with even the much lower supplier cell price today by the end of the year. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Musk. I've been a long-term investor since 2012.
Great. Wow.
And I
That's
voted
awesome.
for your compensation package in 2018 and again
Thank you.
this year. And shout out to Tesla Boomer Mama, Alexandra. I had the privilege to talk to you in 2013 briefly, and you spoke about the truck, which became the Cybertruck. You're a man of your word. I have friends all over the world, in Asia, Canada, and Europe, and I know the Cybertruck's been on tour. How's been the reception for the Cybertruck, and when will it be, or is it possible to sell, and when will it be sold internationally?
Yeah, so I think probably, we might be able to certify it for other markets sometime next year. But like for sure this year, it's just North America. We did design the car to North American requirements because if you start going with the superset of all international requirements, it forces a lot of constraints on Cybertruck that would make the product frankly worse. So I think we'll need to make a special version that is, for example, China compliant or Europe compliant. But it really doesn't make sense to add that complexity until we've achieved higher volume production on the Cybertruck. There's still a lot of work to do on cost down for the Cybertruck. I generally would say like the level of difficulty going from, say, prototype, you go from prototype to production, it's 100 times harder to go from prototype to production is 100 times harder. And then once you reach production, to improve the price by 20%, or the cost of goods by 20%, is harder than reaching production in the first place. Like, it's mega pain. It's like, and to be frank, it's not the funnest job in the world, Like chiseling pennies is not, it's like washing the dishes, frankly. Like wash a lot of dishes here. Like it's super fun to make prototypes. That's really fun, and it's kind of cool to get, it's pretty cool to get the production going. Then the cost grind is a grind. That is like, it's hard work. There's some reward to it. Like there's sort of a reward to washing the dishes, I guess. You have to clean dishes. But that is a tough. So that's real hard work.
I just have to say that there's been a really big reception. Like I have friends that message me and said they love the Cybertruck design, and it's definitely a head turner. So. Oh
yeah, I think from a demand standpoint, we would have plenty of demand in other parts of the world for Cybertruck, no question. Like wherever it goes, anywhere in the world, it gets a massive crowd. So it's not a demand thing. It's really we've got to reach volume production, go through the cost grind. It would be difficult for me to overstate the difficulty in the cost grind. It's really intense. And then we've got to recertify the car, which includes making some design changes to be compliant in other markets. All right.
Good afternoon, Elon.
Hey.
I like your shoes. I don't know if everybody else can see them.
Yeah, Cybertruck.
Out there. Cybertruck, yeah. My question was in regards to the Foundation series. Do you guys have a certain number that you are planning on making, or a timeline of when the non-Foundation series are going to come out?
Yeah, we'll start making we'll end the Foundation series actually pretty soon, and the non-Foundation series sometime next quarter. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. Thank you for delivering shareholder value, and congrats on your pay package.
Thank you.
And I'm Michael. I ask a lot of questions on the quarterly investor calls. And I wanted to ask you, can you give me a little bit more color on the neural net scaling laws that you're seeing as you're training FSD? Like how much data, how much more inference compute, how much more training compute do you need for each successive 9 in reliability of the full self-driving software? And how much data are you currently collecting? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, that's something that we go through really every week at Tesla. I spend a lot of time with the Tesla AI team, and I think probably like a huge portion of. I mean, it's really like a big part of my job is like, okay, we need to get the car to drive itself. Yeah, you need to
solve things on a chip level for inference, for training, for software. There's also massive data storage challenges because you've got petabytes of video coming in. And even for say, for a big NVIDIA cluster, it's actually really hard to make a big NVIDIA cluster actually work in training. It doesn't just open the box and plug it in. It's not like that at all. It's like massive effort required to get a big training cluster to operate at all and then operate with high uptime. So, I mean, with respect to like the various versions that we're seeing, like you go from version 12.3, well, like if you just ignore the 12 and think of it like 3, 4, 5, 6, that's actually the way to think about it. Ignore the 12 part and just call it like version 3, version 4, version 5. That's version 6. That's how to think about it. Between each one, there's anywhere from, I don't know, a minimum of a doubling of improvement to, in some cases, I think a 5 to 10-fold improvement. You know, especially as we eliminate sort of, say, I think we're close to eliminating almost all static object collisions. So, you know, like curves and medians, and like we're pretty close to having it to have almost zero static object collisions. So once you get to zero static object, now you have a gigantic improvement in miles between intervention. Then you get into classes of dynamic objects that are, you know, different classes, and different things can get obviously very complicated if you've got a complex intersection with traffic lights all over the place, and like somebody bumped the one traffic light and now it's pointing in the wrong direction, or the traffic light's broken, and there's someone who is not obeying the traffic laws because they're just running a red, or they got confused about the traffic light. So you get into these very complex situations that are much harder to solve. So, and then like as I was saying earlier, it actually gets, as the system gets better, it gets harder to figure out which AI model is better. Like because now, you know, like, okay, it's thousands of miles between intervention. How do we, as quickly as possible, figure out which AI model is better? And when you make these different AI models, they're obviously not like super deterministic. So you can have a new model that eliminates one problem, but creates another problem. So we're trying to solve this by a combination of simulation, uploading models, having them run in shadow mode. So it's actually kind of helpful that not everyone has full self-driving, because we can see, we can run it in shadow mode and see what would this new model have done compared to what the user did. So since we've got, you know, millions of cars that we can do this with, that gives us a delta between what the AI model predicted would do and the user would do. And if you kind of sum up the errors between them, you can see, oh, there was a bigger error stack from this model versus that model when you uploaded them into, we each uploaded them into 100,000 cars. But that's the biggest limiter right now. It's not training, it's not data, it's actually testing the AI models. And then figuring out clever ways to figure out if a new model is better or not. Like we know, like there are sort of particular intersections that are difficult. And so if we just, like all the models will be great at like driving on a well-painted road with no intersection. They'll all be great at that. But will they be great at the complicated? So we've identified several thousand intersections in the United States where we'll actually take the new model and try the car in those very difficult intersections. Like you know, the sort of the famous like Chuck's left turn.
Yeah. So if you imagine Chuck's left turn, hey Chuck. I wonder what the neighbors think. But there's many such complicated traffic situations in the country. So we've identified several thousand which we then send cars to those locations to compare the models. And then as I mentioned, we have yet to uncork any of the ability of hardware 4, which we'll do later this year. So I think the exponential rate of improvement of miles between intervention will continue and will accelerate. Yeah. So.
Hey, Elon. I was wondering if, as you've called a Tesla basically a robot with wheels, and so I'm wondering, kind of as that logic transfers over to Optimus, what kind of will Tesla use any large language models on top of the current Tesla robotics capabilities, and also if so, will Optimus have any kind of personality? And would that be something that the end user might be able to have control over?
Yes to all of those questions. Yes to all. So, like, we're headed for a wild future. I mean, wild, wild, wild. Cars will drive themselves. People will have super helpful humanoid help robots. And yeah, you'll be able to customize the personality, customize the voice. And really kind of the robot will kind of get to know you as well and know your preferences. You won't even have to say things because it'll just kind of understand you. I think it will get to this point where it's like, it'll be odd not to have a robot buddy. Like, sort of not to have your C-3PO and, R2-D2. So, yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. Max here, huge fan. Thank you for hosting us. I wanted to ask you, how much integration work do you think will be needed to deploy Optimus into different types of factories, industries? Like, would you need technicians or just have them go watch? And how do you foresee that?
Well, I think if you fast forward a few years, it really will be quite a generalized robot. Like, say 2 years from now, like next year like this year it's still quite specific, task-specific training. So to do a particular task, we have to kind of do a fair bit of training to solve that task. But over time, I think you sort of accumulate these kind of training primitives where, like, calling like walking, for example, is a training primitive. Picking something, identifying an object and grabbing it would be a primitive. And these primitives are then generalized to anything. So you could say pick up a cup, pick up a shirt, fold the shirt. These things will generalize, I think, quite quickly. So I expect, probably not next year, but like in 2026, it's really the kind of thing where you could tell it to do kind of a wide range of tasks, including tasks where it has not specifically done that exact thing before, probably in, I'm guessing, 2026. So, sure.
And do you foresee a cheaper version where tasks don't require like walking, for example, or so the hardware will become a lot simpler or cheaper?
Well, we're going to focus on making just a fantastic humanoid robot at scale, and really achieving scale economies in building that humanoid robot. At very high volume, if you're really good at manufacturing, you can get the cost of almost anything down to its constituent elements. Essentially, the weight, and if you just look at the weight of the raw materials times the value of those raw materials, excluding circuit boards,
You really can say, like, if it weighs less, it's going to cost less. What I'm saying is that it's better for us to achieve very high volume with Optimus than to have a wide range of robots that have lower volume. Yeah. All right. Hi. There? Okay.
One of the best things about the recertifying of your compensation package was listening to all the positive feedback of current and former employees to what you have contributed to Tesla. In the unfortunate event that you're hit by a car not full self-driving, can you take a few minutes or a few seconds and brag on your board and the rest of your leadership to assure us that even without you, Tesla has an incredible future at $30 trillion?
Well, I think Tesla has a good future without me. I think I'm a helpful accelerant to that future. And for technology, it matters if you're ahead or not ahead a lot. So the rate of, like, what matters is not innovation, but the rate of innovation. You know, can you do in 1 year what other companies do in 2 years or 3 years? So, like, probably my, biggest, most helpful thing is an innovation accelerant. Because given enough time, the various startups that are doing humanoid robots will eventually succeed. One of them will. So what really matters is, can we be much faster than everyone else? Can our product be done a few years ahead before theirs and be better? Because if that's not the case, then they will achieve the valuation and not Tesla. They will make the valuable product, not Tesla. So, that's where I think I'm probably most useful, is accelerating the pace of technology and innovation and getting to scale. That's it mostly. But I am very much heartened by and appreciate the support of current and former Tesla employees, Tesla board, and all you guys for helping out. My heart goes out to you.
Hi, Elon. Jessica, or my name is Jessica, and I have lived full-time RV for about 3 years in South Texas.
Okay.
And I just wanted to thank you for your Starship, or for the Starship program and everything you're doing there. In addition to Tesla.
Do you work at SpaceX or something?
No.
Okay, but you live in an RV in South Texas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. And in my RV park, they don't allow car camping for Teslas or electric vehicles at all, if you're not pulling a trailer. And I feel that there's a huge opportunity there, but also for example, people who are coming into town for Starship launches in Teslas, if they could park somewhere overnight and trickle charge.
Okay.
And maybe have access to, bathroom facility or just something simple like that.
Okay.
Just something I wanted to just put forward because I know that a lot of people come into the park and are disappointed they can't stay. So.
Okay, got it.
Just a thought.
All right. I'll inquire to see if there's maybe some place that would allow people to stay in their cars, which in a Tesla you really can often stay quite comfortably in a car. And charge. All right, thanks. All right, I think so. This will have to be the last question, I think, or maybe last two. Yeah. All right. So last two questions, you and you two guys. And
hey, Elon, my name is Steven. I'm truly thankful for all you've done for humanity, and watching your companies and what you've done has been the most exciting, hope-inspiring movie that there's ever been. So thank you so much. And
thank you.
Thank you. And my question today is about lithium refining. In the past, you stated that would be a limiting factor in the future. And I know Tesla has built the refinery in Texas. I was just kind of curious your current opinion about the refining. do you think there's enough capacity coming online, or will Tesla need to expand past Texas in that regard?
There's enough lithium refining if you count China. If there's a geopolitical challenge on that front, then there may be a shortage of lithium. But China's very good at refining. So, but I think just Tesla figuring out lithium refining, understanding what it takes, and then, once we understand how it works, then we can scale it up from there. And that, I think it's pretty important to, be careful with geopolitical risk, and just make sure that if in a worst case situation, that Tesla is okay. All right, thank you. This is the last question.
Hi, Elon. Thank you. Congratulations for yet another big win. I'm Nikhil. I'm based out of Silicon Valley. And as you mentioned on FSD awareness and giving people rights, because most people, unless they really experience it, they don't quite know how safe it is becoming and how convenient it is becoming. So I built TesMe company. It's a platform for Tesla owners to offer learning experiences, FSD. And we would love to explore how we can help scale with your support and guidance. We'd love to have a follow-up conversation to discuss more details with you, how we can work together. Thank you.
I have a suggestion.
Okay, sure.
Evaluation to 10 trillion.
Okay.
Can you allow me one?
Sure. You really want to ask a question?
Follow-up, please.
I'm not sure how to answer that question exactly, but I mean we are focused on improving FSD for sure, and I think the adoption will be widespread. Like when it is really working insanely well, and it's driving like a 5-star Uber driver, I think adoption will be very, very quick. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
I indeed have a really good suggestion.
Okay, what's the suggestion? Sure.
I shared this suggestion with one of your FST team, but I don't know whether it reached you or not. Basically, as FST keep on improving, we are not quite sure at what rate you will be improving the much of lines. So, so a lot of skepticism remains as to when you can exactly operate the robot taxi. So it occurred to me that in between supervised FSD and robot taxi, there is something intermediate stage that's commercializable, which is what I would call a robot rental car. Okay, the idea is that you would, people would go to your platform to order a rental car, and you would deliver that overnight to the front of their driveway, and then, so the only time that that car will be driving without a person is at night with nobody, and you can take as long as you want, and you drop in the front of the car, and after that, it's supervised. So that will get you to a commercialization much sooner, much more guaranteed. So that's my suggestion.
All right, well, I appreciate the thought. I think, like I said, it's the progress in FSD will be really amazing. You'll see with each successive version. Like I said, the best way to think of FSD, ignore the 12, just think of the point number. We're going from version 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, and you'll see just radical improvements with each successive version. You know, I mean, if the current trend continues, it's going to be like you will really find that you don't intervene in the course of a year, type of thing. So even in complex situations. Anyway, with that, thank you very much for your support. So thanks, guys. All right.
Lower your volumes. Lower them.
Lower them. Lower them. Lower them. Lower them. Lower. 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 Okay. You cannot say
Farzad
that
whispering in my ears is my worst nightmare. I know. I was like filling up water. I'm like, I can't lower it. I can't lower it.
All right, I did everything I could to prevent people's ears from exploding. So I don't know what it is with Tesla and their super low, feed volume. But anyway, okay. So that was a very very good mood Elon Musk, as I think is to be expected based on the results of the vote. There are a few points that I want to highlight that I took notes on, just as general points for people that maybe want a quick summary of things that jumped out, at least to me, and then we'll go around the horn and we can sort of have everybody hear their thoughts. So the big things that I took away is that for the bot, this one like jumped out at me. So he within the valuation model, $25 trillion long term, based on somewhere around 100 million humanoid robots per year. There is 1,300 Cybertrucks being manufactured per week right now, which indicates a pretty good ramp. The semi production is going into volume. It has been approved for going into volume, and he thinks it will materially impact the financials, or not materially, it will move the needle financially, was the exact quote he used. When they were showing the new cars that were coming out, there were 2 small cars on the wraps instead of 1, with a van-shaped car on the wraps, and we'll pull up that picture later today, or later in this stream. They're still banking on 4680 batteries to be at cost parity with competitors by the end of this year. They've made a lot of progress. They're clearly behind, but they're still banking on 4680 becoming just as good as everyone else's from a cost perspective. A massive potential 3-fold increase in energy in 2024. Hardware 3 is still nowhere near being maximized or capped from a performance perspective. And then hardware 5, or what they're calling is AI 5, will be in about 18 months is when they think they'll have it in the new cars and the bot. It'll be 10 times more capable than hardware 4, which is already 5 times more capable than a hardware 3. And he compared the AI 5 or the hardware 5 model to a B200 class compute from Nvidia, which is their state-of-the-art sort of chip. And then he thinks in next year, Elon thinks by 2025, there'll be limited internal production of Optimus, where they think they can get at least 1,000 Optimuses built and working in factories with Tesla. And he thinks it will scale rapidly. He believes that the ARK Invest model for robotaxis is the most accurate out there that he's seen, which Elon said that he thinks it's accurate that Tesla would reach a market cap for robotaxis between $5 to $7 trillion by 2029. So within 5 years, he thinks the stock could 10x. Not financial advice. That's what he thinks. Not financial advice either. He's very self-aware of his safety and his health. It seems, where he mentioned there were some attempts at potential homicides involving him about 7 months ago. So I thought that was a very good question, in my opinion. Some conversations around Trump and how President Trump has been calling him up randomly, and they've been having conversations. How Trump's friends have Cybertruck, and that's why perhaps some of the recent comments around Trump liking Tesla and Elon. Perhaps there is a shift, a sea change, which is a very interesting thing to think about, because that implies that if Joe Biden is no longer president starting in 2024, then Tesla and Elon will automatically get a boost in support, regardless if it's Trump or RFK. And then, and so those were my big notes that jumped out. There was other stuff in there as well. There was some interesting stuff around the neural network architecture and the new versions, where they think, it's becoming, the limiting factor is becoming not compute or data, it's figuring out which version is best, because the interventions are so few and far between. And that's where the scale of and the size of the fleet is so important, because that maximizes your chances of capturing those interventions. Okay, so those were my big ones. What does the rest of the panel have? We'll start with, let's see, Meeny, Miny, Mo.
You guys go. I'm trying to find the source to this thing that just came out. So let me find that.
In the comments too. Yeah, comments, drop your thoughts. We'll bring them up as well. Matt, do you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing that I was just spending a little bit of time thinking about was the Optimus opportunity. So he was talking about how ARK Invest's valuation model was the most accurate he's seen for autonomy. That was actually right in line with where we were coming out in terms of valuation for robotaxis. So like I agree with that, but we also have just kind of interesting. We did a video, Bradford and I, almost a year ago, not quite a year ago, but just trying to put pen and paper to the Tesla bot and what is the actual valuation opportunity. And if you pull forward the valuation that we did a present value of the business coming up with like around 13, or I forget exactly what it was. Anyways, when I was doing the math on the 2029 valuation, so pulling it forward 5 years to be consistent with the way ARK Invest does it, we were coming up with a $25 trillion exactly valuation. So I was like, all right, like the way that we're looking at it, I think is actually right in line with the way Elon's thinking about it, and the valuation opportunity is really phenomenal. So I'm pretty pumped about that. I might have to refresh that valuation and get that out there a little bit, because it's hard to do because it's a new market and it's all a little bit squirrely. But like this is why we're having this meeting. This is why we're so excited about the stock, is because we're seeing, you know, this multi-trillion, like tens of trillions of dollars of market cap opportunity, when like most of the investor world out there is like hasn't tried full self-driving like Elon talked about, and is basically saying like, oh, are we going to miss deliveries by like 12% this quarter, or 12% would be bad, but like 2% this quarter, like focusing on stuff that doesn't really matter when the technology and the new markets that they're going after really is what matters. So hilarious proposals too. That definitely stuck out to me, just like the voices people had, and some of the commentary. So I do hope they kind of shorten those going forward. But yeah, just really great meeting.
Yeah. Real quick note before I throw it to Hans. The one thing that has been interesting to watch is on the channel, I've had models trying to calculate bot and robotaxi, you know, from a year or two ago with some ridiculous numbers, 10, 20, 30 trillion dollars of market cap. And it's very interesting hearing those sort of numbers start to come out of Tesla, which again, to your point, kind of says, okay, maybe we're barking up the right tree. Not financial advice, not investment advice, but it is interesting that the way that retail community has been thinking about the opportunity potentially is the correct one, at least to try and understand what Tesla's up to here. Hans, go for it.
Yeah, I loved hearing the way that Elon talked about FSD and Optimus both, and I like, you know, looking at the headline things being a 10x stock valuation opportunity for FSD going forward from here, something that gets us to over potentially $5 trillion valuation. But then digging down into the nuts and bolts of that and getting clarity on, okay, not only, you know, have we not reached the full potential of hardware 3 yet, but we haven't even started doing a hardware 4 specific version of FSD. And so when he's saying that they're running hardware 4 emulating hardware 3, I would love to know a little bit more about exactly what he means by that. But if I had to go out on a limb, I would guess that what they're doing is that they are compressing the resolution of the hardware 4 cameras so that they're feeding the current neural nets that they have with cameras that are the same resolution that hardware 3 gets. And because I doubt that the hardware or the current version of FSD version 12 can take in those higher resolution images and come out with anything that works. So it's cool to see that, hey, we're looking at going ahead and migrating to that in the future. But with all that said, it's still planning is the problem. Like Tesla's ability to sense the world around them usually has very little to do with FSD's ability to make the right decision in a situation. And so that's why Elon is saying what he's saying about, you know, we've still got a long ways to go on the quality of FSD that we can get just from hardware 3. Cool to get a little commentary on that. Also, I love the comment about free trials of FSD every time we get a major capability update. So if you've tried
Good call.
FSD in the past and you did not like it because the nag was ticking you off, or it just didn't reach all your safety goals and made you feel uncomfortable or whatever, well, they want you to try it again when it gets better. And so that means that they have the only sales channel that they need to get everyone to finally opt in to a version of FSD that they're super comfortable with. And then the other thing that that tells me is that as the quality of the software gets better, they can continue to play with pricing and offer different variables. And they can just offer, like, they can sell you this service right in the car anytime you get in your car. And, that's really great for the near term kind of, if you want to know how do we get from here to robo taxis. Obviously, robo taxis are the future that we should hope for and look at and pursue. But in the meantime, we should be able to start really turning up the volume on FSD SaaS revenues. Um, and then the commentary about how they're getting that validation that they're, he specifically said we're shipping different versions of FSD to batches of 100,000 cars to A/B test, which one is better than the other one for those to run in shadow mode. So all you people out there driving your Teslas, whether you're doing it well, and especially, and I think this is maybe part of the reason that they did not offer free trials to the entire fleet. There's like half the fleet that didn't get a free trial. I've been wondering this for a while, and the thing that he said today, like, it makes sense that they actually need people who are not running FSD on their cars, who are manually driving their cars, so that they have the ability to do those A/B tests in shadow mode with human drivers, not with FSD as the driver, so that they can figure out which version is better than the other one. So that's cool. And yeah, hardware 5 in 18 months is awesome. But skipping then to the Optimus, so the two that are operating the factory, we know are both doing that pick and place job off the end of a 4680 line, where they're taking a cell and putting it in that little box. So we've already seen that video. It's interesting to get confirmation that that video that we've already seen a while back now was that. So not only are they doing this in June, they've probably been doing this for longer because we've had that video for a while. The Optimus needing one more hardware iteration before it goes to the first limited manufacturing run, where they're going to make roughly 1,000 plus. Elon expects those to be working in Tesla factories next year. Also huge. And I think that the hardware revision that he's talking about was when he said, hey, we're going to do hands that are 22 degrees of freedom. And when he told us that those hands are then going to be able to play piano, he was basically telling us what those extra 11 degrees of freedom were. And so they're going to be able to move their fingers side to side, not just because right now all they can do is like that. And so they right now cannot rotate about this axis here at your palm. And they'll be able to do that with their hands, which, on the one hand, you think, is that really that important? But try to use your hands to do useful work without that. It's really hard.
On the one hand, sorry, can help it. Farzad, if you're listening,
he's away from his mic, even if he is.
No, but he has his headphones on, so hopefully that helped him. I'm trying to encourage him. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm being jokester here.
I'm just looking through my list. Past that, yeah, Elon he is continuing to double down, to Matt's point, on the fact that Optimus is the long-term value driver of Tesla, $25 trillion market opportunity. And his comments there at the very end, like, it is key man risk. He believes that he has the ability to accelerate Tesla's transition and the innovation, like the pace of change for us to get there. And without him there, it opens a question in his mind, like, there's a great team around me, but can they move fast enough if I'm not here making sure that they're moving faster every day? And he doesn't know. So I thought that was also an interesting comment.
So we better
That's a
hope
good
he
one.
doesn't get killed by electromagnetic fields. That'd be very tragic.
Or homicidal
Oh, man.
maniacs. Not apparently homicidal maniacs are not great, according to Elon.
Yeah, I guess let's kick off with what Matt just said there. For anyone who's worried about EMF fields or non-ionizing radiation, it's nothing to worry about. Okay, like I can do this, and I'm gonna be fine. All right.
Would your eye just turn red?
Well, it's because I'm tired,
Oh,
or
okay,
I'm
okay.
an optimist. Before I forget this, because I have to drop off here in about 20 minutes. Farzad, you have a bigger voice than I do. We need to get some say questions into this meeting, where we can ask them and get kind of crowdsource the questions. Like I love all the love people give, but we just need some better questions. There were some good questions, but there are also some not so good questions. And to be frank, like a lot of the selfish questions about I want this or I have this business, like it's great and all, but like come on, like it's not cool.
I totally hear what you're saying, but I think with a meeting like that, it's more like people have traveled to go there, you know, and I think the expectation is just you're gonna get questions that are relevant to the crowd that's there, and even though most of them are not pointed to the future, I don't have they're not great questions, but it's just, you know,
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
It's the specific questions because I want something. I need something. There's something I want rather
Yeah.
than thinking holistically for the business or humanity. Like the whole point of Tesla is to be a selfless company that's thinking about humanity. And then to have these questions that are, you know, asymmetric to what the company's philosophy is. I don't know. It annoys me. You guys saw in the conversation.
Yeah.
Here.
I think the quarterly earnings call is probably going to be the best bet to get them because you do have say, and it's every quarter. And then you have a better chance because the people watching those quarterly reports are going to actually be more aligned, you know?
Yeah. Anyways, obviously I agree with everything everyone's saying, so I'm not going to sit here and try to rehash what Matt and Hans said because they say it better than I do. But did you see that link I just dropped into the chat here? I don't know if that's something Tesla actually leaked or if Tesla Chan made that on his own. Like I'm trying to find the source of it, but I can't.
Let me pull up. I don't know if you guys can hear my my baby in the background.
Oh, no, okay. So Tesla Chan responded to me.
Huh?
Because
Here.
I got
This
the
thing?
answer. Yeah, let it play. Coming soon.
Okay.
So, yeah, okay. Are you just okay? Like,
It's a person in the backseat of a Tesla being driven around. So a robotaxi.
it's a robotaxi. It says coming soon.
Yeah.
And okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is new. This is a leak. This is an Easter egg. Tesla Chan just got back to me. Said it's the last part of the shareholder meeting live stream. It was the last thing they put out there.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. See, okay. Now you say interesting. Now you.
Now I'm hyped. Yeah. So this is like a robotaxi teaser. It's a 8.8 teaser. Okay.
They
Yeah.
don't
So they're
have the driver's
actually
seat, though, so it could actually be just a Tesla network, a la like an Uber thing. What ARK Invest has been saying. I mean, either way, it's exciting.
It's something they're not doing that for no reason.
Let me pause it on the app. Pause. So you got climate, you got volume, you've got heated seats, I think. Okay. So if there's somebody already in the car, I'm wondering if they would want to give the passenger the option to control any of these three things.
I would, why not?
That shot looks like it's a shot from when they showed us the Robotaxi preview or the Robotaxi app preview already.
Well, we haven't seen this video.
We're getting something along the lines of some sort of service where there's going to be a passenger that's going to be able to hail a Tesla either with a driver or no driver, and coming soon. So they'll talk about it in detail in 8.8, which is great. So that yeah.
I was 68 degrees. That's a bit of a missed opportunity. Gotta admit.
Yeah, right.
69. Yeah. Oh, Matt. God, see, that's what I'm saying. Matt's on fire lately.
Dang.
That's
good catch. That's depressing. Come on. 68.
Right
That's so
We're
lame.
right there.
I'm selling all my stock just because of that.
There'll be
And the
some
time
more
could have-
layoffs coming after this.
Yeah.
And the time could have been 420. I mean,
terrible.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So, actual thoughts. I think all the financials and stuff he was talking about, you know, $30+ trillion is great. Like Matt said, Bradford actually posted the YouTube video analysis that they did going over that. So he actually just posted that. So if you go look at Bradford, you can not have to search everywhere for it. I thought that was very bullish. I love to see that he's agrees with more or less what ARK Invest is saying. So on that front, you know, life's good. It also sounds like Elon intends on staying there for a while. I was a little shocked nobody asked about, okay, well, now you got this comp, like, when are we going to get the next one, or how are you guys thinking about it? I was also surprised. It to me, like, it's like the most obvious question. Okay, we're working towards robotaxi. You're still iterating on FSD. How do we bridge the gap between right now just FSD beta users to full on no humans? Like, what are the interim steps we need to do to get to that from your point of view? And nobody asked this question. It's just right there, and it would give us so many answers and see how he's thinking about this. Do you need a safety driver in there first? Do you not need a safety driver in there first? Does it start in a somewhat geolocated city and then you scale out? Like, how do you scale? Right? I don't know. It's right there. And then it seems like you want to talk about this, but the other thing I was going to say is I thought there was a lot of very interesting new nuggets that kind of show how FSD is being trained and deployed. So, for example, when he was talking about the different AI models, I know a lot of people talk about end-to-end neural nets as if it's one big model. It's not, right? That's very clearly not how you do this. There's lots of models within that, and they're all neural net based. Apparently
What
not
do you know
CNNs or
about
anything of that
neural
nature.
nets, Nick? You hush.
I know about Nick nets. But it was interesting to hear that, you know, to Hans, your point, that they're deploying it out in shadow mode to, you know, hundreds of thousands of vehicles to see what's going on, and then essentially the delta between that. That was fascinating to hear that. Also, what was the other thing he was saying that was very intriguing? I can't remember. I have to rewatch it, but he gave us a lot of nuggets on how exactly they are testing this and how they're training this that we haven't heard before, and it really starts to stitch together a lot of the picture. I think a lot of this we kind of were guessing at, but we didn't really know, and he definitely gave us insight into it. Also, kind of like he was saying, like, you know, there's 1,000 complicated intersections that they're essentially using as a litmus test for a new model. Right. So, like, when we see them constantly doing chucks on protected left-hand turn, more than likely, each one of those vehicles that are doing it are running a different version of FSD dot whatever. And there might be certain models in there. Maybe the model is just about, your approach whenever another car's coming up, and they all have slight tweaks to it. And we're trying to figure out, well, what's the better one out of those individual tweaks of that part of the model. Right. And so that gives us a lot of insight into what they're doing, what all these AI drivers or all these Tesla test drivers were out there for. But yeah, I thought, you know, there were some really good questions that really gave us some good insight. But overall, I thought it was, I mean, it was a shareholder meeting. It was what we expected. It was great. I'm happy everything passed, and I wish we could get the 15 minutes of our life back from those questions at the very big, or the people grandstanding at the beginning.
Okay.
So, random question here to the panel. When Elon says that, you know, they're going to have part of their robotaxi future is Tesla owned robotaxis, and then the other part, and so that's kind of like Uber, and then the other part is like Airbnb, where anyone can put their Tesla on the network. Do you think that you have to be subscribed to FSD beta or have purchased FSD beta in order to be eligible to put your vehicle on the network, or is that open to any and every vehicle?
That's a great question. I've been thinking about that token system for a while, where you would have to purchase like a token, like, you know how in New York you have to purchase a medallion to be able to put a taxi in the network. I've long thought that if you want to add your car to the network, you have to have some sort of skin in the game to be able to do that, because it's you know, there is an ROI involved in that. It can't just be. Tesla. This is where Tesla has the opportunity to completely break the model. Buy the car for $30,000 and then add it to the network. If you want, you take responsibility of the cleanup and everything, and you will just take 20%, 25%, 30% off the top. And it makes the barrier of entry of running a fleet of vehicles extremely low, or much lower than it would be in a traditional model. And under that system, you wouldn't have the giant capex and investments that you would have to do to build out a self-driving network versus like a Waymo would have to do, right? Where they would have to purchase a bunch of cars and take them on themselves, and then run them through the fleet and try to make money on the rides to try and recoup that investment. Tesla can just literally make money from the start by just selling it and then allowing people to add it to the fleet and just taking a percentage off the top from the get-go. So I don't know. Tesla has an opportunity to completely disrupt that with this, and their cost advantage will allow them to do it. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd be flip-flopping on
I think if you think about it from Tesla's perspective, their incentive is to get as many vehicles operating as robotaxis as possible. So, I mean, let's just say the global fleet take rate at some point is like 20%. It's kind of silly to artificially limit yourself to only 20% of the vehicles out there that are capable of providing a robotaxi. So in my mind, it'll make sense for Tesla to say, sure, any Tesla owner can make their car a robotaxi, but maybe if it's a 30% profit share, if you own FSD or subscribe to it, maybe it's a 60% goes to Tesla, and the owner only gets the remaining 40%, something like that. So I think it's just the incentives will push it to be as widespread as possible, but Tesla probably takes more if you're not paying for it.
It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, I think Matt just hit the nail on the head. To be frank, I hadn't even thought about that. But that's a brilliant way. So the way I see it is, if you bought FST outright, then you can just go ahead and put it in as a robotaxi. If not, you could probably you still have to have FSD, right? So you still have to pay the $99 a month. But to Matt's point, maybe at that point you get a 50-50 share with Tesla, and that way you don't have to finance $20,000 to buy it outright. And instead, you get to keep less, Tesla keeps more, and Tesla makes their end on the back end there. Or maybe it's like a cell phone plan, right? Where it's 50-50 until you've paid down your $20,000 for the license. And then from there you go to a 75-25, right? It's just subsidized, just like a cell phone is.
A lot of different options. And this is where I think this is like the benefit of owning the entire vertical. You can do whatever the hell you want. You own the car, you own the app, it's like insane. And nobody's talking about it because it hasn't happened yet. But once it happens, I think it's going to be, I'm warming up to the idea that the market reaction, once they figure this out, will be a lot more violent and sudden than I initially thought. Because it is such a fundamental difference versus how everybody else do it. We'll see. Real quick, I want to go ahead. What?
Sorry. Sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
Don't hate me.
Okay.
2 more seconds. Here you go.
One.
Take a look at this. You're gonna like this more than what you're about to pull up.
Private chat.
Just the full video.
Oh. Ooh. Here we go.
I haven't watched it yet. So
34
this is. Oh no!
Okay.
34 seconds.
Here we go. Wait, how do I work my computer again? Present, share screen. 1 second. Give me a break. Dude, I am
and you were rushing me.
I am so tired, you guys. Here we go. Okay, so we saw that. We've seen that before. That we haven't seen. Oh, actually, no, we see this.
All right. Be patient. It's exciting. Have excitement.
Oh, my car's. Oh, I didn't see if somebody was in the driver's seat. Son of a bitch.
Okay. Well, that's the full thing, though. That's a teaser. That's a hell of a teaser.
So we definitely didn't see.
Oh, they're not showing us. Oh, they're such assholes.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Damn. Okay.
That's a Tesla employee using the Tesla robotaxi network.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm changing my prediction. They're launching something. They're launching something. They're doing a soft launch or something for sure at 8.8.
You think so?
Well, I mean, you don't tease that for no reason. I don't know.
You gotta make that
maybe
hype,
it's not,
bro.
I mean, it's working.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at this guy.
Nico's thinking about his lottos round 2.
Let me show you this.
Pretty little ass.
So we also saw this. This was very interesting. There's actually, let me share it with the window mode so you all can see my pointer. Here we go. So we have the same car twice, quote unquote, but I think it's just a representation of the compact car and the cyber cab. I think one of them is going to have a steering wheel and pedal. One of them is going to be the driverless sort of cool looking thing from the Isaacson novel, if I were to guess. And this looks like a van shape. It could be like a symmetrical thing where the back looks like the front, and it could be like, I don't know if you guys remember those mock-ups from the Boring Tunnel, the Boring Company, where they had those like self-driving glass buses things. This could be like a bigger version of a robotaxi. I'm not really sure, but this is new. Like Zoox, exactly like Zoox. So this would be like, this is confirmation here that says we're definitely getting 2. So like all the BS, all the bullshit that was out there about them canceling this more affordable car is garbage, because otherwise, why are they showing these 2 cars, right? So anyway, I could be wrong. So that was very interesting as well. We'll get a lot more details on that on 8.8, obviously. So, okay. We're almost 4 hours in. Anything else we want to cover before we shut this sucker down and we try to get our brains rested for tomorrow so we can talk a little bit more intelligently about this stuff? What do you guys think?
Semi? So that was a bit of a surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Good call.
Yeah, I mean, not too much detail there, but he did say he approved a plan for volume production, which is really good news. They've been working on this forever. And I thought his point was dead on that what matters ultimately for these buyers of semis is the economics. And so this is something that I've been pretty bullish on for a long time, just because the opportunity is so huge. And he even mentioned it's going to contribute somewhat to financial performance. It's not nearly as exciting or kind of like game changing as autonomy or the bots, but it's definitely like mission focused. And I think they're going to sell probably in the tens of thousands of them a year. And that's going to be a pretty nice business, and be really cool to see a lot more of those on the road.
We need a Matt impression of Elon asking, "Would you like money?"
Well, I got a good question that maybe Matt could give a Elon impression to answer. But my question was going to be, how many robotaxis do you think we need to hit the targets that Kathy Woods, ARK Invest are projecting by 2029? And I think that was the question that somebody was trying to ask, but they didn't. I don't know if Elon didn't understand them or if they weren't as precise about what they want to say. But how many robotaxis equal that type of market cap?
Yeah, well, if you look at the global
he's doing it.
Automotive fleet, it's around 1 billion passenger vehicles. Now, we won't be offering them at least preliminarily in India or in some of the other more difficult markets, at least until we get a better form factor. There'll be some geographic specific training that we'll need to do. So let's say the overall fleet is 500 million units. Now, those 500 million units are currently utilized only maybe 10% of the time. But in an autonomous future, that utilization will be much more like 35%. So you'll need fewer vehicles, but they will churn faster because the useful life will be shorter because they're being more highly utilized. So if it's 500 million units, and they have an average useful life of say 5 years because they are being so highly utilized. And you've got annual sales of around 100 million vehicles. If Tesla has only 20% of that market and it's all robotaxis, then that's 20 million robotaxis a year that Tesla will be supplying. And I think those numbers are potentially on the conservative side. It's possible also that elasticity of demand for transportation could be high, such that as the price for transport comes down, and these will be cheaper than public transit in the long term, then perhaps demand will actually increase. And so we might have 30, 40 million robotaxis a year in that type of scenario.
Wow, you definitely fell into a flow state there.
So good. So good. Every time. Yeah, I guess, we got Yashu here. My dogs are losing it. Yashu, what did you think?
I think your dog hates me. I think as soon as I came on the back,
yeah, for real.
I actually got to go. I got to go. Yashu, love you. Sorry, can't stay, but I got to go.
Yes, sir.
Now the party can start.
Yeah, there you go.
No, don't worry. I'm not here to extend everyone's prison time. I'm only here to say hi. So I hope everyone had a great stream. Nico, see you later. I'll talk to you at some point, I'm sure. What were you guys talking about before I hopped in?
We were talking about how many robotaxis were needed to get to 5 to 7 trillion that Elon was talking about. ARK Invest, that's the right number to think about by 2029. And then Matt did an Elon impression throwing out numbers like 20 to 30 million robotaxis per year to get there. But what was your thoughts? Like what stood out to you from the presentation?
Well, I think it's just good to have all the weirdness behind us. And like in the last couple of months, nothing about Tesla in the mainstream media has been about Tesla and fundamentals. It's all been about Elon and his comp plan and all the shenanigans and politics. So hopefully, and maybe it won't even end up being true, but hopefully that can be put behind us. So, I mean, fundamentally speaking, that's what I'm mostly excited about now is the ability for us to move on to fundamentals. Elon seemed like a new man today. Did you guys feel the same? Like it felt like Elon was kind of back. Obviously
very loose.
Very loose. Yeah, and obviously that's a good thing. And it feels like, some people are still naysaying online saying that this vote means nothing. It's not going to be ratified. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, one way or another, it will be done. The only tidbit I'll say on the vote is this. The level of which it passed that is very surprising to me. Like it was quite high, right? Like I'm not sure the exact number. Do you guys know exactly like around what it was?
I think
was it
73%. Yeah.
Which is insane. Like I don't know how that. So what that means to me is that a big institutional investor like a BlackRock or a Vanguard, one of these big hot shot guys that own a bunch of Tesla are on board with Elon and what he's doing. And they didn't publicly come out and say that they're not. Now, this is interesting because on the record, I mean, if you look at what Elon talks shit about BlackRock all the time. He hates these big institutional funds, says that they vote for their shareholders in whatever political motivated way. And yet they still came out, apparently, I'm not saying that for sure it was them, but one of these big hotshot institutional investors actually did vote for Elon's package and for it to move. So behind the scenes, it seems like there's actually a lot more support institutionally for Elon than I honestly would have thought.
Interesting. Yeah, I find that interesting because I was in the boat that it would be a 70% plus approval because I thought that the opposite is just it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of like the stock just taking a huge dump. Elon doesn't feel like he has the support of the investors. And the question will be, why am I working so hard for people that don't want me to be here, essentially, or don't approve of something that I've already done, right? So, and I think if you have a lot of stake in Tesla, it would be like the dumbest thing ever to vote no. Just sell your shares, right? And so I think that function in itself was going to guarantee a yes vote. Just the margin, I think, the margin also says that all the noise we've heard about the no is noise. It's noise. Like the support that Tesla and Elon have is just as strong, if not stronger, than they did in 2018. And that's such a huge contrast of the rhetoric we've been hearing online and in the media, where a lot of it is like, hey, something's wrong, something has happened. It's the opposite. It's completely fine. It's completely fine. And Elon acted in a way as such. The investor base was extremely supportive at the shareholder meeting, and we talked about at the beginning of the stream. It feels like we've turned a corner on the story.
And it also feels like huge ammunition to go back to the court in Delaware and be like, we did all the disclosures that you said that we didn't do right the first time. We did them right the second time. Not only did we get, and I've already, like, we revoted on this after I met all the milestones and people still wanted to pay me, even though they didn't have to. And not only did we get, like, we passed, we got close to, if not, I mean, it would be great if we actually got higher percentage support in the revote than we got for the initial vote. That would be insane. And they could just basically be like, Judge, you're dumb. We win. The end.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Literally. Okay. Any parting words, Yashu, and then from the rest of the group too, because I do have to end it here in the next couple minutes. Anything else, Yashu, that you wanted to bring up?
No, the only thing I'll end on is I think now we're going to start to see Wall Street analysts come out with upgrades on Tesla because of some fundamental thing that they're going to try to point at and say, but really we know it's because kind of hopefully this overhang is behind us. Shout out Gary Black. And, you know, as we move on, I think the sentiment will start to turn more and more positive as we head into 8.8 now.
I agree. Matt, any parting words?
No, I think we've said enough today. So appreciate the live stream. It was a great time as always, and congrats on a great day to all Tesla shareholders. Really is a big one.
Yeah, for sure. Hans?
Delaware can GFY.
And everybody who voted no, fuck you. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Yashu. Thank you, Matt. Yashu, you can find him at Hey It's Yashu on X, or hit that bit on YouTube. Hans, you can find it Hans C. Nelson on X and YouTube. And Matt Smith, rebellionaire.com, you can find him at some random X account at Smat or something like that. So whatever. Just type Matt Smith and his face will come up.
No,
we'll put it in
when
the
I
chat.
got that handle, I was getting coffee and I said, my name's Matt Smith. Could you put it on here? And that's what they wrote.
No way. Oh my God, I have such a crazy story about that. That happened to me as well. All right. Thank you, everybody. Yashu, we'll have you back one of these days too to talk about this more in depth. We haven't chatted in a while, but let's make sure to catch up. And thank you very much. 4 hours and 5 minutes. Love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
See you, everyone.